Peace, family. Peace. I had to wait until it cooled down today. Y'all know I had to sit in the shop the other day. And just like the last time they fixed my radiator, my air conditioning ain't working. Okay, seven up here panting, and I'm sitting back here sweating. And so we had to wait until it all cooled down, um, to do this thing right here and charge everything up because my phone's still acting crazy. Went to go look for something, and the next thing you know, my computer needs to do an update, and yeah, all kinds of stuff happened. But I know that I said I was gonna come up, so um, I didn't want to not do that. Have y'all waiting, and then I don't show up. So we're gonna deal with a couple things today. I have a 26-minute video that I want to play from Smoke Signals channel a couple days ago, and it's dealing with colonization. And so I want to play that part of it. We're not going to go into the people versus persons and all that trolling that was going on, but play this portion of that particular video because that's part of what was included in the inspiration for looking into the more charity school or more Indian charity school, aka Dartmouth, and Wheelock and Connecticut and Vermont and New Hampshire and all that shit. And also, it led to it's part of what's included in the inspiration of the Covenant Alliance. So I would deal with those two things. Part of what I kind of would piggyback off of is we would end up down in Louisiana looking at Destrehan plantation, and we would also end up looking at the 1811 German Coast uprising. There's some information in there. Okay, I put it in one of the chats. Y'all know I ain't been live in a minute. Um, but for now, we're gonna stay up in this New England area. Okay, and part of the reason, not only for the colonization, but there's a whole conversation going on right now that's actually talking about the Moors. Like I said, I thought the Haudenosaunee, and I know I said that wrong, DJ, but the Haudenosaunee, I thought they would pop out, but they didn't pop out. The Moors popped out. Okay, so I just felt like, yeah, let's go on and put this on the table and at least let some people know. Now, mind you, while we're dealing with this, people say, I already know that. I'm from the East Coast where you got to speed read a street signs and shit. Okay, but a lot of us don't know because we were either in the Midwest or we were on the West Coast or down south or something like that. But this thing about the Moors has infiltrated a lot of different things, so much so that it's either a bloodline or it's a description of a person, and everyone with dark skin is a Moor, but then you got these other Moors, and then you got the Whigamores, and all this political stuff comes into play. But where do we find it starting at? There's another part of this particular information where we're looking at the Iroquois conquest of the Mediterranean, and I started to look at that book, and I was like, I don't know about that. It sounds like they speculating a little bit, but I haven't gotten all the way into the book. I've only read a little portion of it, and I don't feel like going through that right now. But that was about the people from here going over there, and uh, colonizing that area, and then of course the returning Indians coming back as Moors or Berbers or African Americans or Jews, or the list goes on with that. Okay, and then there's the confusion of who the Normans are in my book, who the Normans are, because one of the references, how they like to say around here that the Greeks are the Creeks and the Creeks and the Creeks and the Crees and all that stuff, and we find the Crees up there above Canada. But anyway, um, there was something that I ran across called the Norman's Gill or the Norman's Kill. And when I say Norman, I'm thinking about 1066, which one of the references, which I don't know if I'm going to run into that again, but one of the references that I was looking at with the Moorish school, the Covenant, things that happen up in the Canada area, um, and what's this place? Uh, Day Magdalene and some other chain of islands, if you would. Um, I do believe they mention like 1066 as well. And what's really interesting about this is that we know that 1066 is the Norman Conquest, the official date for the Norman Conquest, right? And if you go into the Doomsday Book, and I think it's three of them, and you got to find the right one. But if you go into the Doomsday Book, you'll see certain names, okay? Um, and there's a couple names that resonate with my family that I found in that book, Plessy Castle, and England and Essex and Sussex and Wessex and Jutland and all that shit, Northumbria, Southumbria, all that stuff. Um, but you will find names that resonate with people who were over here, and some shit still up in the air because when you look at the guilds and you look at the schools and you look at literature, people been writing a whole bunch of damn stories. But the Norman Conquest 1066, kind of touching on the Iroquois, and I remember stumbling across the fact that the Iroquois, they got two different dates when they possibly started. I think one said the 1100s and one said the 1400s, and I was like, "What? Oh, huh? Yeah, okay, how does that work?" But either way, we hear this Norman's kill, like that other word, and I'm going to try to spell it because I can't say it. I know you guys know it over there on the East Coast. It's Schuy uh, Kill, something like that. And I can't say that name. I'm not from over there. But what we found, and one of the things that I stumbled across, is that one of these places they called Norman's Kill. And they said the locals, oh, first of all, Norman just means Northman. And that kind of put me in the mind of the North and South. Salute you guys. The North-South conflict, right? But when you see this word, like I said, Norman is Northmen, if you take it that way. But Norman's Kill ended up, they said that the locals up there just ended up calling Norman's Kill Creek. I said, oh, that's interesting. Because here we have people talking about, hey, the Greek did this and the Greeks are the Greeks. But in the same vein, if you would, there is this portion of information where we find that the Moorish Charity School, which is also called or Moor Charity School, which is also called Moor Indian School, which leads us into Dartmouth, and those are two different locations, but which I just found out recently, they're two different locations. Um, Same people, two different locations, court case in there, and all of this. That um, in that school they were teaching Greek and Hebrew, and like I was telling someone earlier today, I said, one of the problems. Well, I said it online at one point. I said, if religion pops up in your shit, you're suspect. Okay, and that has to do currently with the fact that this more Indian school or more charity school was about teaching the Native Americans in that area. Okay, and this had a lot of religious leanings to it because on top of this, you run into Eliot again. Okay, Eliot, the one with the Eliot Bible and the Iroquois language and all of this other stuff. So it's causing me pause on that part. Okay, so Norman's Kill Creek, the religious narrative. What else are we missing? Um, um, yeah, so the Eliot Bible comes into play here. There's another thing in here which we're not really getting deep down into the history because apparently we got to look at the um, King Philip's War. Apparently we got to look at the Beaver Wars, the 100-Year Wars. There's a lot of things to look at in this narrative, and um, one of the things that I stumbled across was about the Iroquois, if you would, attacking other tribal nations. Okay. And that caused me pause because, as I had said in one of the chats, I said, why is it that the five civilized tribes of the Northeast are not the five civilized tribes of the Southeast? Okay. And in my estimation, and I don't know if this is correct or not, but in my estimation, there's a little bit of disdain for those of us who are in the South. Okay, but because of all the narratives we're trying to be, people are trying to put us into this hodgepodge of information. Oh, you all got to be black, you all got to be African or African American, oh, you all got to be Negro, oh, we're all Moors, oh, we're all American, we're all Indians. All this soup bowl of shit without making the distinctions between who was who and who made certain different decisions as things were going through. Now, when it came to the covenant chain, I didn't know that the covenant chain or the covenant chain alliance was going to shoot me right into the wampum belts. Okay. And, most of the time when I run into the wampum belt, it's like, I don't know what the fuck to do with this. So I don't look at it. But stepping into that, this is where we find out about some islands, a chain of islands as well. I don't know how much information we're going to get off of that, but this is where Magdalene Island comes in and several other islands up in the Northeast dealing with the Micmac and all of this other stuff. So, again, I'm not from New England. I don't speed read street signs like you have to do in the New England area, So, some of this stuff I personally don't know. And so this is just for information purposes only. Navi getting back at her study hall. Okay. So a couple things that I want to read as we go into this. I have something about the Moors of Delaware, which may be interesting. The author is unknown, um, but it is copied from the papers of Wilson S. Davis of Clayton, Wilmington, Bishop's Corner, and Dover, Delaware, and Beltsville, Maryland. And I thought this would be interesting because it had some stuff to say in here, especially those of us who are struggling or having some type of struggle with being called Indian or American Indian for whatever case, being that we're Negro. Okay, it makes a little reference in there. I was like, oh, that's good right there. I'm gonna keep that part. Okay, and try to read that. And then we have okay, the Covenant Chain, Dartmouth, Moore's Indian School. And then we ran across another book that I started to read, and I had to go to Google and see if we can get a preview of it because Archive was doing they dumb shit. Like, here's the cover, here's the inside cover, and there's the back of the book. They wasn't trying to give me the information, but the preview from Google Books, if you would, did let me read some of that. So hopefully we'll get to that. Hopefully we'll be up here maybe about 3 or 4 hours, and that'll probably give Smoke Signal time to get his stuff started or whatever the case is. But let's start with this video, and I'm going to put a overlay up here because I was messing around with my phone while I was recording this, and I don't want y'all to see all that shit. So let me see if I can get an overlay up here, and we'll just play these 26 minutes of this colonization conversation that was had with 111 Truth Searchers, Super. I believe Nadi was in that conversation. I'm not sure if Wild Indian was in there or Master of Self, and possibly Atenya. That conversation they were having about colonization. And this is what we're talking about when we're talking about Moors Indian School and who these Moors are. Because y'all know I came through that study. I came through looking at that only to leave that alone and go back to what my grandmother and my father and my sister and my uncle and them all said. Yeah, yeah, we Indian territory, blah, blah, blah in the South. Um, Let me also add, as I was talking about Destrehan plantation and the German Coast uprising, one of the gentlemen, and I believe I put this in one of the chats when I was just trying to keep my sanity during the conversation. His name was Frederick Arnsberg, Arensburg, and he was a Swiss soldier who came into the Louisiana Territory. Mind you, I found some of my family members in the Louisiana Territory, and we're going to, we're looking at the French connection, if you would, and how, a lot of people were against the so-called French, but y'all happy motherfuckers now. Okay. Anyway, in the Louisiana, yeah, never mind. Okay, but his name was Frederick Arnsberg, and he was a Swiss soldier, and so he comes into Louisiana on a contract that he's working with one of the kings. I can't remember, and if we run across it out, it'll be evident there. But they're saying that he's Swiss, but because he signed up with the French, he made his name French. That motherfucker wasn't French, okay? He wasn't French at all, okay? But he brought some Germans with him. Many of them died. On the way over, if you would, and that doesn't stop them from mixing with the people down there, helping to create this whole Creole Cajun hodgepodge of people who are in Louisiana. But one of the interesting things about him is that he was supposed to go over into Arkansas to colonize, start a colony in Arkansas, and he chose not to. And I was like, thank God he stayed in Louisiana. Okay. He stayed over that way. I was like, man, thank you. Okay. Thank you. Okay. That he didn't make that move. But that was a little interesting little trivia that we ran across in looking at Louisiana and Destrehan Plantation and all of this stuff. Okay. And I hope you guys can hear me okay. I do see you guys in the chat. Focus Mind, All Mac, Wild Savage, and Amerigal. I see y'all. Appreciate y'all being here. And I did see the numbers go down. I don't know what that's all about. But anyway, let's play this one on colonization, 26 minutes, and then I'll get back. Let me find this overlay so we can cover that up. Hopefully we can get a good little overlay on here. What shall we do? Okay, we'll do this one. We'll use that one. And let me share my screen here, and hopefully you guys can hear this okay. My computer decided it didn't want to let my headset play through the computer, and I was trying to avoid some of the delays and interruptions when I change screens and stuff, but we can't do anything about that. So let's play this little part of this video, and y'all might find this interesting. Let me peep in on y'all. What are we? Okay, y'all good over there.
Yeah, that play CDs
All right.
too. Cool. And I got the big box, flat screen.
Well, I mean, just to keep it a buck, we're not under colonization. We're under a police state. The colonization happened in a specific area of the Americas, and their slaves rose up and overthrew that colony. You get what I'm saying? And start forming government like how they synced up over here. But what we have going on is police states and the effects of after police states of this fake ass vision of democracy. The problem is that niggas is too butthurt and crying about that shit instead of taking advantage and exposing this fake image of democracy. You gotta understand, these people are trying to paint an image of democracy. Expose it.
Hey, Navi, don't do that. It's truth setting you up to get clothesline. Don't run with that shit, Navi. You gonna get clothesline.
Man, look, you believe in Jesus, believe in truth. You get what I'm saying? Believe in Jesus, believe in truth. But nah, we in a police state, bro, because at the end of the day, we are the people of the law, bro. And they used that as advantage to motherfucking get down on us with using the law. We have been the ones that's been following the law when they have.
You gonna take that clothesline, Aton? You gonna take that clothesline? It's true rights.
That's a fact, nigga. That's a
I'm
fact.
done.
That nigga trying to bring out you sovereign citizens, nigga. I can hit you from 500 yards away.
Man, we talk about real law, bro. Not none of that
We ain't talking
Other
about none of
law.
that.
You sovereign citizens, peek y'all head off, nigga. I'm shooting your nose off.
True, what's the real law, True?
Man, you gonna shoot at your cousin, man? Why you shooting at your cousin, man?
I'm a
What
sniper.
law? Are you shooting anybody?
It might look like I'm shooting at him, but it's gonna fly right over his shoulder and hit
Laws
you
are
in your
laws.
trachea.
Laws are rules and regulations that the majority eventually agree on, and the minority that don't agree, we don't. It don't fucking matter because at the end of the day, majority rule. Y'all know how that shit go. When they have them meetings, they be like, all that oppose say aye, all that don't say nay, nigga. The ayes won. Don't matter who the fuck said nay.
You said let your
They was the minority.
your names, huh?
You say what?
You
So,
said let
so,
your yays be your yays and your names be your
so,
names, huh?
On what?
hold on. You
So we going
absolutely,
back to the good book, huh?
you absolutely right.
I
But
love a good book. My bad, Dottie.
you're absolutely right. But do certain laws fall up under different titles? Different laws is for different titles.
Different laws is for different sections of different parts of it.
Different types.
We got civil law, and then we have commercial law. You get what I'm saying? And then we
Now,
have international law,
okay. So those are the forms that you know. But what's the forms that your adversaries is playing under?
international law,
No.
and commercial law.
Uh-uh.
Yeah, they definitely playing on commercial law, nigga. This is all about business at the end of the day.
Nah. They construct you as an ant line to run to that. Super, pull up the whip, goddamn. So,
How the
so
fuck you gonna put a whip?
We said Super pull out that whip.
I
not,
bet you
hold
gonna
on,
catch it. You gonna catch a ricochet, bro. What you talking about?
I'm gonna say
Oh shit!
it
You
depends
know,
on
you
how much
you see Super on your side thinking he one of your people the whole time. He just scoping you out, waiting on you to jump so he
no,
can.
I just told him to pull the whip out. I ain't telling
Cause
him
he
to be
about
on
the
my side.
motherfucker to give your ass some
He
lashes,
do what I
man.
do, what I say, tell him to do. So listen,
That's
the
wild.
the the, the adversaries is moving up under the canon article law.
Mm-hmm.
They don't move up under international or commerce or they govern under the canon law. So if you don't,
Repeat that. I didn't hear that one. Now I'm sorry. You
Oh, you
said
don't know
who?
what?
Okay, I paused it right there because I wanted y'all to hear Nadi talk about canon law going into ecclesiastical law, which only supports what I was saying earlier, that if your narrative has a religious leaning to it, you're suspect. As I said in my earlier post today, the book that the sister was introducing me to showed me that the mistake that we made in the religious narrative, let there be light, is different from let us make man in our image, because the religious text itself says, I create good and make evil. So in this narrative of a religious narrative, you are made to be lesser than yourself because what you're not looking at your own logic. Okay. um Short version. Okay. You forgot to think. They're telling you how to think, herd mentality, sheep, this, that, and the other. And this all ties into, in my opinion, these folks at the Moore Charity School, Dartmouth and the like, wanting to send missionaries into the native communities, the native Indian communities, the Indian communities. And I don't know too many Indians that are named Williams with long hair that look like Iron Eyes Cody, but we'll leave that alone. Um, and then just to add to this religious narrative, a couple jumps that you can make in this, which we've mentioned before, is looking at Billy Bowlegs and John Jumper. When you look at John Jumper coming out of the Billy Bowlegs narrative, you can follow him through certain southern Indians, if you would, southeastern Indians, and then him sliding up into Kansas to also become a missionary. This also ties us back into the whole thing about the Jadagua, okay, that traveling school, okay. Excuse me. And um, in here, just to add this to it, we're looking at Dartmouth University a little bit in this narrative because when you look at Landsmancraft and this long ass German word that starts out with the word student, when you look at that, you find out that the universities, what they call their students, were nations. Okay. And again, to go back to my narrative of when they declared their independence, a lot of Ivy League colleges went private. Okay. So let's get back to it. But I just wanted y'all to hear that ecclesiastical part of it, the canon part of it. If religion is in your narrative, you are suspect. Okay. Let's continue. It's getting ready to get crazy.
Canon law is
shit,
this?
Hold on, bro. I didn't hear him.
He about to
What?
get that whip out.
Who do some under the canon law?
The adversaries.
Who are they?
Damn.
One of a couple of the sectors of your three branches of the government system. Really, all sectors.
Say it again. I heard
what's the
some
three
rustling like
branches?
you had your phone in your pocket. What did you say?
You said your phone was in your pocket. That's disrespect.
Nah, that just is dumbass can't hear. And if it's 15,
Nah, it was some shit moving in the background. You want to lie about
Some static. It was some.
Yeah.
I was just making a joke.
What are you looking for? I don't know what you're looking for.
I didn't hear what you said. Please repeat yourself.
I asked Truth Searcher what laws are the adversaries moving up under or constructed under, even adhered to.
We was talking
No,
about
I said, who are the adversaries? I asked you, who are these adversaries? And you said something, and then I heard like some static going.
No, you know what? I ain't say nothing about that. You asking that question? No, who are the adversaries?
To you, yeah, who are the adversaries?
Oh,
of the canon law.
the judicial branch.
They're the adversaries to whom?
To the people, brother.
What's what? I don't know where you
Helping my slave.
No, I'm trying to figure out what he looking for.
Mad.
What you looking for? Answer your own questions. I mean, you trying to.
I have to answer my own questions now.
You already know what it is. So I gotta explain.
I do not.
Well,
I do not know what it is.
I got a question.
You won't overstand.
Before y'all start arguing, I got a question.
No, arguing. That's what I'm saying about the level of education difference with the level of endowment of knowledge is a difference.
There we go. Okay, cool. So you don't know the adversaries.
I got a question before we turn to a shit show. All right, so if the judicial law is the laws of the adversary and it's against the people, but why do the people go to the judicial law anytime they feel unjustly wrong through these commercial laws if it's against the people? Because anytime some shit that go down in local and state, like for instance, right, old dude like Chicago got these crazy ass gun laws, right? And this old dude wanted to get a gun to protect himself, but they denied him his FOIA card basically based on the zip code and area he was in. So what he did was that not only did he take them to the judicial law, the Supreme Court, to fight for that right, but also it forced Chicago to get rid of unconstitutional gun bans that they had at that time because it was against the law to have a handgun or a assault rifle. So basically, niggas had to be out here with Elmer Fudd shotguns and motherfucking Hernando Cortez motherfucking muskets. So the judicial law actually gave that man remedy. It wasn't an adversary to him.
Well, they got something right that they did wrong. That's not really being
whenever
they corrected the wrong that they made.
Whenever the man want to get in.
But Chief, you the one that said that it was an adversary against the people, but clearly it gave this person that's a part of the people and also the people of Chicago for a remedy against unjust, unconstitutional gun laws they have for the city limit.
So
Right, but who
hold
put
on,
that?
hold on. Let me
Go ahead, you got it now. Go ahead, my bad, you got it.
Yeah, I bet he got it.
No, I would have whooped your ass. Your back is bleeding.
Yeah,
your
Nadi,
mouth
you was
busted.
quiet when I asked you a question. Come on, your ass out of there. Come on.
I don't like to talk over other men. I like
I
to
agree
give
with
them their
that.
respect.
I appreciate that, Dottie. I'm
So,
gonna mute up for you.
whatever you want to talk about, Sugar Man, you can say it. But anyway, the mind structure of us is thinking that all is people. We're confusing the citizenry with the people, and there's a difference. When you see a citizenry getting a remedy, it's an entitlement of an indemnity. That's what that is under that structure. So it's in a format of your thinking process that it's working. But in the adversary process of the people, they're creating laws to go against the people in presumption that the people are citizens in the first place to be structured up under codes and statute of laws. Those are adversary to the people.
Right. So let me
So who are the
just hold
citizens?
on. Let me pick
I don't know how far you want to go, Mr. Stupid Man, Sugar Man over
I
there.
want to know who are the
Fuck with me.
citizens.
Fuck with his cousin, bro. Hold on, cause that was my question. Fuck with his cousin. Fuck with his cousin real quick, bro. Cause fuck with his cousin, cause that was my question. So my response to what you saying, cause I heard what you saying and shit. Right? I was listening to understand what you were saying. Damn, who the fuck is motherfucking fouling? Who the hell is that?
Who's that? DJ Cut?
God damn, this sound like a nigga.
Oh no! I was tracking some shit off my screen. My fault. Hey,
Okay. That's what's up, bro. Oh, all right, now we know what that was. But look, this is my question, right? You know, and I don't want y'all to think like, I'm on some old gotcha moment type shit, because I really want to get a good understanding of what you're saying. Because I'm hearing you say this, but then, I hear you, Aton, and other guys talk about, filing certain paperwork and presenting certain laws against unjust laws and shit. And these laws that y'all talking about presenting is supposed to give the people remedy, but all of those laws hold its weight in the judicial sector of the laws and shit, the Supreme Court. That is the true judicial part of the government and shit. So if this against the people, then why are y'all quoting and citing laws that's supposed to be against us? Because it's a part of that system that we talking about right now.
Yeah. Once again,
Hold on, Chief. I was talking with Nadi or
Nadi
Aton.
fell off. True.
Well, Aton, you here? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Hey, repeat that because I was out of it. I didn't jump into your conversation.
Nadi, hightailed it out of here.
Nah, because listening to what he's saying, right? We're talking about the judicial aspect of this, and we know judicial in the truest sense is dealing with the true laws that are enforced by the Supreme Courts. Those are the real laws. This is what y'all kicking. But the shit that we talking about right now, they're saying this is supposed to be adversary to the people. But in the same sense, y'all be quoting these laws that y'all claim are for the people to get them from up under slavery and under just laws. If that's the case, then why are you even calling this adversary? This is actually remedy. You get what I'm saying? So it's almost like you're saying one thing here, but then saying something here, but we talking about the same shit.
Well, this is where me and Nadi have different kind of approach.
I think he in the back. I think he in the back. Damn, somebody got text smoke. My bad, Aton.
Yeah, this is where me and Nadi have a different approach to it. Like I said, Nadi know more of what he's doing than I do. I don't approach it in that realm. But what I would say is this, right? When you're dealing with like an adversarial complaint, right? It equates to the Trading with the Enemy Act and the War Powers Act. I mean, you got to look into that because it says if a person does business with another person, it's considered to be a felony, right? The person is a whole nother conversation of what you're talking about, but us with being who we are on the land, you got to stick to common law or what you dealing with constitutional law. You know what I'm saying?
The judicial side of the government.
Exactly.
The
Article 4.
true judicial, because at the same time, all these local ordinance that they call laws are all mimicking and piggybacking on the judicial foundation. And that's
Absolutely.
why the Supreme Court holds the supreme weight.
Article
And
1, Section 8, Clause 17.
yeah,
Absolutely.
so
And
I was just trying to figure out, why are we saying that these are adversary to the people when I just gave a case of someone that got remedy using it, so it wasn't adversarial to it. But then when I think about it, like I said, a lot of times when y'all holding these conversations and shit about laws and unjust laws and the laws that y'all quote to use to receive remedy, is from the same sector, the judicial side. Y'all say the canon law is the judicial. It can't be adversary to the people, because even the mindset that y'all come from, these are the laws that y'all quoting to get done away with the unjust laws that you claim that people are being put up on.
Mhm.
You
Yeah,
caught any of that, Navi? Because I know
nah,
you
nah,
fell off.
I'm listening, but I'm trying to figure out what you're saying.
All right,
The
so
what?
look, let's
Hey,
start back
Peter,
from.
why do you niggas use the law, but you talk against the law at the same time?
Nah, that ain't what I'm saying. I'm saying he calling it adversary to the people. And you said it first, but then he piggyback up off of it. I tried to keep it with you. But a lot of times, including yourself too, Chief, I am, when y'all get to talking this law shit, the true laws that y'all say are the true laws that's supposed to be remedy for people comes from the judicial sector. So how is that adversary to the people when this is clearly something that y'all preach people should be using to get remedy?
Certain laws are laws. Everything that's subject to effort. So if you're not using God's law, you're using man's law. And why does man have any right to rule over you if you're a man?
Right. Let me ask you this: is the canon law the judicial part?
No, the canon law is from
Then you two are saying something completely different. This is for Naughty then. Because he
Yeah,
said when Super asked him what is the canon law, he said it's the judicial part of the government.
let Naughty get it, Chief. Let Naughty get it.
Just like Naughty wasn't originally the one that said it was adversary to the people, it was you, but he piggybacked off of it, so that's why now I'm asking him.
So canon law is the first law off of the ecclesiastic law. And the ecclesiastic law is where the judges come in. That's where you're going to get from your ecclesiastics to judges.
And who are the judges?
The ones that your
Supreme
imaginary.
Court?
No. Listen.
Okay.
So
My bad.
by God's law, by the creation law, you are your own judge. But in man's creation of him identity of being God, he created the canon law. So he could be judged.
Right.
So he falls up under the canon law of order of any um site, any outside of anything else. Everything else is structured for a citizenry event under the judge's site. Remember the judge.
Navi,
Go ahead.
who guards Trump? Who's God?
Say it again.
You said the gods made laws. What if I got a different God than you? What if my God supersedes your God?
Okay, this getting ready to go into some bullshit. Okay. But let's just take this part here that when we talk about the United States of America um, and our place in it. One of the Bill of Rights has something to do with freedom of religion, and the government cannot be a respecter of any type of religion. Okay. And I know I'm paraphrasing that. So that comes into place right here. No one's going to actually talk about that particular part of it, freedom of the press, freedom of speech, and then the whole part about freedom of religion. It looks to be that Nadi saying, hey, we respect her of this religion again. If religion is part of your narrative, you suspect, especially when you're talking about the Moorish charity schools and what they were doing with the missionaries to the Indians. Okay. And classified Black Wall Indian, yeah. uh, Truth does see through the bullshit, and I like the fact that he can stay focused on what he's saying. The only problem is that when you have, if you guys were in my post earlier, in my stream earlier, I talked about those pictures that we saw back in the day where if you looked at the picture and stared at it long enough, you could see the picture within a picture. And I talked about how some people are too close to the picture, that they're hanging on every little word. And that's what Chief I Am is doing, because he has that, he's looking for every little place where he can jump in there to say something different or to sway it in a certain way. But I do like the way this particular part of the conversation went. It had me listening as I was driving, because I listened to it afterwards. And I was like, this is a good little segment right here, because Truth was able to stay focused. Um, I like the way that Super is bringing his part in, even though he does play. Some people um, want to just throw the baby out with the bathwater when it comes to him, and some people are so in their ego and their disdain from him that they cause a certain type of disruption in the conversation because they so ready to have a gotcha moment, and they can't take the lightheartedness of what he does and then also see the logic behind what is being done. Um, like I said, I'm gonna rock with Super, okay, and I'm gonna rock with Truth because that's Mississippi Valley culture all day. I don't care what you say, okay. Um, because in certain aspects, when people deal with this colorism thing, you go after certain people for being mixed, but Truth to tell you what his lineage is, and you won't go after him. Like I said, if y'all gotta fuck with Hawk School, then you gotta do the same damn thing to Truth Seeker if you on the colorism thing. But I rock with these brothers. Okay. I love logic. I love intelligent brothers. Some things is for entertainment, but not everything is for entertainment and to do what it's doing to us as far as the conversation is concerned. I really would like to get back to the what do you call this? The true scholarship of this. Hey DJ, I'm the man in the box buried in my shit. Okay. Yeah, America. I do. I love them both, and I don't care male or female what people say about it. I see through it to see what the truth is behind what they're saying. Yeah, he does ask good questions. What'd you say? Rock band, okay. All right, DJ. All right, let's get back to it. We have probably about another 8 minutes on this, okay, that I recorded, and I probably could have left off the last few minutes, but let's get back to it.
And he didn't understand it. You just want to make an argument. So my first sector of conversation out my mouth was in God's law, whatever God you believe, you are your own judge, not no man. So whatever God you want to believe in that's not an argument, bro. I'm not even trying to go there with you. I'm just trying to relate
But
some.
what if my God's law is different than your God's law? Whose God law is right?
I don't understand what this man saying, bro.
I don't have the same God as you. You have a different God than me.
Hold on,
Your God
super.
law says that you can do one thing. My God's law say I can violate you when I want to. Whose God law is right?
What God you have that violates? I don't know where you coming from. I don't know what you say.
Because my God law say that I could do what the fuck I want to do to all other motherfuckers. That's not me. That's what my God says.
Okay, and then my God law says that if any motherfucker tries to come and do anything
Oh,
to
don't argue. Don't argue that.
your
Don't
ass,
argue.
Nah, but look, hold on. I know my cousin said it the way that he said it, but I agree with him because when you think about what you said, that you're supposed to govern oneself. But what if this motherfucker is a goddamn psychotic serial killer and just running around, just killing motherfuckers? How can he be one's judge self and he's causing so much chaos? That would make the people come together and start setting these laws and enforce it for motherfuckers like that.
Man's law.
that's common
Yeah.
This is again man's law.
common law.
True, common law. True, for us, the killing part. But we try to come in a little deeper where I try to show him the statutes and codes. Don't let we get away from that. I don't want to get away from the statutes and codes when you bring
You
up.
got away from when you start talking about God. That's why we separate church and state in America.
Ain't no separation between no church and state.
Again, bro, the whole law system is built up off of a religious-based concept, the ecclesiastic law. That's the man's law of divinity. It don't really have anything to do with common law at all. It goes from ecclesiastic canon to maritime to where you have today UCC. I don't know why that's so hard to understand. Oh, I missed something.
What part of the canon law does the Supreme Court operate under?
Laws between them. Supreme Court don't operate on the judges is under the canon law. What I just tell you, bro, you can't understand no English at all.
But
You
I
said
asked
the
you who was the
judges are
judge.
under canon law?
The judges, who you elect as a judge.
That's the Supreme Court. They are the true elected judges. That is the judicial part of our government.
No.
Yeah, that is a fact. When lower courts trump over your rights, you go through the steps, but it eventually, if they keep trampling over your rights and denying it, it goes to the highest court, which is the Supreme Court, and they based it off the true law, not no ordinance, no none of that.
Let me show you something though, bro. The Supreme Court don't fall up under you if you fall up. Don't stand for you if you fall up under the jurisdiction. So what I'm trying to tell you again, if you're a citizenry, you don't get to see what the people have validation of, and the people validation is only on the Constitution. You can't come to the Supreme Court citing no case law. You can't come citing no codes, no statutes, none of that. Only the Constitution.
No, you cite the Constitution, but you can't also cite supreme case laws that's been dealt with by the Supreme. Hold on, Navi. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Let me just get it out. At the Supreme Court level, when you argue in front of them, yes, they deal with the constitutional law, but they also cite other Supreme Court rulings to sway into what they're trying to present.
As an argument,
they can't do no lower courts or none of that. It's all Supreme Court.
Documented. You can use.
Navi, I have a question for you. What's the difference between the citizen and the people?
Whoever got the screen, don't ask me the question. Ask the goddamn computer, because I don't want to.
You made a distinction. So you said the citizenry and the people are different. They have different rules and regulations and freedoms. What is the difference between a citizen and the people?
Your driver's license, nigga.
This nigga can't read. Everything is your driver's license. That's his answer.
One day you'll look back on this show and you'll get it.
Empty, empty
When you're,
wagon.
when you're 65, you're 55 right now, right? When you're 65, you'll
Empty
get it.
wagons. Empty wagon.
Empty brains.
Exactly. It's a metaphor.
Exactly. It's reality.
Thank you. It is. And everybody sees the empty wagon making the noise.
Hey man, I'll catch y'all up on this conversation next time, man. For the call it one. Y'all gentlemen, enjoy the rest of y'all night.
I'm gonna beat these slaves a little bit more. Now they gonna have some more knots inside his head. Akon gonna have a couple of more lashes. And Chief I am gonna end up back behind bars. It's all good, brother.
Oh, funny as hell, man. I'll catch y'all next
This nigga want me to go to jail bad as hell. I think he's like for the
I want you to stay out of jail, but
Nah,
you're
we
a
gonna get
criminal.
this conversation up next time, man.
So how can I just pull up another sharing screen and it ain't showing.
It's whoever got the screen.
That ain't my last screen I put up the last time.
Oh, is that yours?
Who
Okay. I think that was the end of that. Yeah, that was the end of that. This is where they start talking about people versus person. Okay, and that was a nonsensical conversation because Nadia act like he could not understand um, what they were looking at. But in relationship to this law, I was looking back at Pactum de Singularis de Celium, and there was something that I ran across in here. I'm trying to find it, but it talked about law. Okay, it talked about the rule of law, and that's really what I'm looking for because I think this fits in this particular conversation that they were having. So I'm looking for it. I thought I could find it in the um, but hopefully it won't take me too long to find it here. I just want to read this for you guys again. Um, and it's not that I follow these people, it's just that what they have to say about certain things really fit. But I cannot find it. Dang, okay, let me see. Um, but what it talks about is the different laws, and I'm gonna try to quote it for the most part. Um, and it basically says that divine law is not this law, and so when they talk about you know um, us under laws that are made by man, that is not the first and highest rule of law. Divine law is that we're all even on this plane. Okay. And the second one, like I said, I'm trying to find it because I think the reading of it will be much better than me trying to quote it. But then it talks about um, the second highest law, which are laws that are created through edicts, um, councils, this, that, and the other. And um, this is the part that we're talking about when I say, hey, if you're looking at the biblical text and it says, let there be light, it already existed. We just operating in it and we all have that right. Um, that's that pretty much that's that sovereignty without paperwork, if you would. We're all born with these rights, inalienable and unalienable rights and all of this. And nothing else trumps that. And then it talks about, like I said, the edicts where men come together, they create laws through councils, this, that, and the other. Like Truth was saying about how uh damn it, I know y'all know what I'm trying to say. I just forgot my thought. Um or Truth and Super basically talking about how who's God trumps who's God, you know, that part. Um, Short version. But and then the last one is through custom and ceremony. And basically, custom and ceremony is the last one, and this is where we have currently fallen in much of this conversation. Again, I make man, or they say, let us make man in our image after our likeness, and we've been serving a lesser deity. We lent our sovereignty to these individuals, entities, corporations, people, whatever, whatever. Okay, and I cannot find this part. I think I messed up here looking for it, but I do want to read this to you guys. And then we'll get into the rest of this. I'm on number 2. Okay, it's not going to come up in there. Let's see. Let's see if we can find it. Let me try one more time. I apologize for this. Okay, matters in rules existence. Okay, there's life. I want to say it's in 14, but it might not be. Let me see. Value exchange, trust, estates. Damn it, divine is going to take me to too many places. Rights, claims, persons, extractions. Um, it's right in somewhere. Let me see. Maybe it comes up before that. In 10. Give me just a second, family. I apologize for this. That's not it. Okay. It's got to be in 14. Okay, hold on, you guys. Give me a second. I really want to read this to you because it made some things clear for me in the overall history of what we talk about. Okay, what's that other word that showed up? Gazettes. Let's see if it's in gazettes. Let's see if we can find that. Oh shit, I messed that up. Okay, maybe it's in registry. Let me see. Registry. Okay, public registers. Okay, there's Gazette. Way down there. Titles of ownership. Hold on, I think I'm getting close, you guys. I didn't know it was that far down. Let's see. Nope, it's not that far down. Okay, there's remedy, types of trust, rights. Is it in there? What am I looking for? The rule of law. The rule of law. Okay, not estates. So it's got to be down here in 16. All right, let's see if we can find it. Give me a second. I just want to read this for you guys. Um, like I said, this was a good little part in the conversation. Wow, it's got to be way down here somewhere. Okay, 14. All right, let's see. So, life. There's life. Oh, Jesus. It's got to be in this part. Give me just a second, family. I think I'm almost there. Okay, right. Because what it says in here as well, is that excuse me, a rule that is secret can't, or a law that is secret can't be law. Okay, but I do read for you guys if I can find it. Hopefully they didn't change it. Let's see. I can't put in my law. Let's see if I find it under there. This is from Pactum Day Selling, and it was just something I stumbled across in 2016. Where are you? Oh my God. I can't find legitimate office and divine law. Hold on. Oh my God, really? What's the other? Oh, I cannot find. Oh man, this is gonna take me away from it. Hold on, I think I'm getting close, you guys. Nope, we're not getting close. Damn it. Did we miss one? Nope, it took me back to the top. Okay, so we can't find it. But let me show you something either way. Nadi said something about canon, right? And let's just take a peek at something real quick. Okay, I'm just gonna show y'all a little list if it comes up correctly. List that. Oh, come on, show the list so we can go on and move on. 102, 101, 100. Okay, I'll show y'all this list right here. Ah, there it is right there. Okay, let me show y'all this. Because sometimes we make things too damn simple. Again, a law that's secret cannot be a law. Okay, the highest law is divine law. No other law trumps that. No lesser law trumps that. The second highest law is laws that are created by edicts. This is when wise men, dignitaries, men of learning, whatever it is, Congress, whatever, gets together and they create a law. Okay. No lesser law can trump that. The third lowest law is those are that are by custom and ceremony. Much of what has happened to us is we're talking divine law, let there be light, but we've fallen under edicts. Some will say the Magna Carta, some will say manifest destiny, whatever it is, okay? These men coming together and saying this is what it's going to be, and then uh, like Smoke Signals post, the post that we come from, all men are created equal, allegedly, okay? that part, okay? And fallen under this custom and ceremony, and this allows for people to do all kinds of stuff because we have different kind of customs, we have different kind of ceremonies, if you would, just to keep it basic. But that custom and ceremonial law cannot trump an edict, and an edict cannot trump divine law in that aspect. Okay, but I want to show y'all this list because he mentioned canon and ecclesiastic. I want to show y'all something real quick because it's not as simple as we would have it mentioned. Okay, let me just show you this since I couldn't find the other one. This is from Pactum de Singularis de Celium, just something that I stumbled across many years ago. Move the screen thing. Hold on a second. That at. All right. So this is just the little list that shows up in this reading. So it talks about 22 sacred canons, okay? The canon of divine law, the canons of natural law, the canons of cognitive law, the canons of positive law. Here's the canons of ecclesiastical law, way down here. Bioethics, sovereign law, fiduciary, administrative, economic, monetary, civil law, education law, food and drug, industry, urban, corporate, technology, trade. How many more we got down there? Trade law, security law, military law, international law. So we try to make things too simple sometimes to just say it's one thing because we've been poorly educated. Okay. The canon of the cantons. I got you. Okay. Hopefully I can find that other part and I'll just write it probably in my community section over there. Okay. But it's not as simple as people would have it. And I'm amped to believe what Super and them are saying that motherfuckers can't read. Okay. Again, I don't follow behind these people, but there is some good information in here. You only take what you need out of here if you can find it. All right. So let's pop back over here. Where do we want to go? Let's go over to Moore's Indian School. All right. Since we did that little 22-minute talking about colonization, if you would, and y'all see that Truth asked them basically, if this law is so adversarial to the people, why do you always run to it um, to seek remedy if it's adversarial? Can two things really be true at the same time? Technically, they can, but at the same point, um, it's either your remedy is there or your remedy is not there. And we've been doing this. The Constitution is ours. The Constitution isn't ours. It came from the Great Law of Peace. It came from the Iroquois Confederacy. They adopted it. We Indians, we Moors, we. Uh, I'm sorry, that was a whole nigga please moment. Okay, so let's try to get into this study. So again, people were talking about the Moors, and I started to look up stuff, remembering the Moorish um, charity school that I had ran across, and so I found out some little information about this that had me going, well, "What the hell is this shit?" Okay, so in one place where you look this up, you'll end up just seeing more charity school, but it also has this name. As I looked further, it went into more Indian charity school. And again, this is where some people got together and said they wanted to do missionary work with the Indians. Okay. Um, and then there's some Protestants, I think DJ said something about Episcopalian, and then there's the Baptist stuff and all this stuff. We can't leave out the old waspy shit. That all comes in here. But this particular school, as you can see, it says 1735. It comes into play. Okay. And I just found this interesting. And again, this is just for educational purposes only, if you would. Okay. So it says here, here's the biography of the school. It says in 1735, Eleazar Wheelock opened a college preparatory Latin school. Lattin, not Latin, but Lattin. Okay. And I had to look that up to say, hey, why are they using two T's there instead of just one? Because in these conversations that are being had, it's like, oh, we spoke Latin. And then there's the other part of Latin is nothing more than reverse Arabic. And, that's when Root started trolling me. And Root, if you're around here, hey, what's up? Okay, I'm glad you digressed. But anyway, um, Excuse me. So, I saw this part. I was like, really? Latin? They call it a Latin school and it's the Moors, and oh, isn't that suspect? Okay. But and then the other thing, it says Latin school in Lebanon, Connecticut, or Kennecook, okay, or Connecticut, okay. Um, as one person was telling me, if you go over to Lebanon, you're not seeing all these damn trees where they talk about the cedars of Lebanon. But is that because it was in the northeastern woodlands where Lebanon really was as early as the early 1700s? You know, I'm just saying. Okay, but let's read. Okay. Uh, Let me also say here, okay, let me read this sentence and I'll say what I remember about this. It says in 1735, Eleazar Wheelock opened a college preparatory Latin school in Lebanon, Kentucky to educate students of English descent. When I was reading this earlier, it said that he did this at first for the Indians and then they opened it up for the English speaking people of English descent. Okay. But this is coming from the manuscripts at Dartmouth. Okay. And we're just going to roam around a little bit. Okay. Marching is zealot martyrs. Okay. Um, so it says here Wheelock's first Indian pupil was Samson Occam. Also, Occam, Occom. Look, search it, that name will change to Ock. Um, OM or something like that. So that's also the same name. Okay. Okay. So but it says he was a Mohican who studied with Wheelock for 4 years beginning in 1743. Occam's success prompted Wheelock to enroll two more Indian pupils, John Primshire and Jacob Woolley, both of the Delaware tribe, beginning in December 1754. Now, we have another article that we're going to read. It's entitled The Moors of Delaware. You guys should enjoy that. Okay, but we're going to read this and then hopefully we'll jump over to the Delaware one. Okay. We, like students, received a classical education. We, like hoped his Indian students would become missionaries who would return to convert their tribes at a lower cost and higher rate of success than could be achieved by English missionaries. Wheelock School was renamed Moore's Indian Charity School for Joshua Moore. Joshua Moore, if you look him up, you will find the Moor, but you will find also More, and you'll find out that he was a colonel. Okay, just to because I was looking for him, I wanted to see about him, but he's the one that donated the land. And but it says here he donated a house and 2 acres of land in Lebanon, Connecticut, to Wheelock's efforts. The school enrolled both white and Indian students. In my opinion, when they talk about white and Indian students, this is where you're going to be looking at Canada with the Metis or the Metis people. Okay, let me see if I can get that definition for you guys because we talk a lot about mestizos, conversos, all this other stuff, and it's kind of dependent on who you ask and where you're at. Um, for what you find. Okay, but let's see if we can find the Metis um, people just to give you a little bit on that. Come on, just to show you guys um, how this all is playing in. It sounds like mischief. Anyway, let's share this tab real quick. Okay, here's the Metis. This is also a mixed acting colonel. Okay, um, mixed bag of shit. Okay, but here on Wikipedia it says the Metis, and you see the French and the Canadian and Michif and all of that, like right here. Back into the phonetics, if you would. Okay, into the phonetics. of language, okay? It says, are a mixed race indigenous people whose historical homelands include Canada's three prairie provinces, extending into parts of Ontario, British Columbia, the Northwest Territories, and the Northwest United States. They have a shared history and culture deriving from specific mixed European, primarily French, Scottish, and English, and indigenous ancestry, primarily Cree, with a strong kinship to Cree people and communities, which became distinct through the ethnogenesis of the mid 18th century during the early years of the North American fur trade. In Canada, the Metis, with a population of 624,220 as of 2021, are one of three legally recognized Indigenous people in the Constitution Act of 1982, along with the First Nations and Inuit. The term Metis, uppercase M, also refers to the specific community of people defined as the Metis Nation, which originated largely in the Red River Valley and organized politically in the 19th century, radiating outwards from the Red River settlement, now Winnipeg. Descendants of this community are known as the Red River Metis. In 1870, the Metis provincial government of Louis Riel negotiated the entry of the Red River settlement into Confederation as the province of Manitoba, making Manitoba the only province to be founded by an Indigenous person. Okay. Um, blah, I ain't gonna read the rest of that. Let's go down here to etymology. The word metis itself is originally French for person of mixed parentage and derives from the Latin word mictasius, from mixtus, meaning mixed. It is a cognate with the Spanish term mestizo. So it depends on who you ask. Okay. Um, let's go a little bit further. It says in semantic definitions, the definitions and usage of the term metis, various spellings, have at times been controversial and contentious. However, there are also legal definitions. Descendants of English or Scottish and Indigenous were in some cases also historically called half breeds or country born. They sometimes adopted a more agrarian culture of subsistence farming and tended to be reared in Protestant denominations. Something like that milestone. Lowercase. Starting in the 17th century, the French word metis was initially used as a noun by those in the North American fur trade and by settlers in general to refer to people of mixed European and North American indigenous parentage in New France, which at the time extended from the maritime provinces through southern Quebec and the Great Lakes to the Mississippi River, thus southward. Thence southward to Mississippi and Alabama. At the time, it applied generally to French-speaking people who were partially indigenous and who were of partial indigenous and partial ethnic French descent. It also came to be used for people of mixed European and indigenous backgrounds in other French colonies, generally the children of union between French men and non-French women from the colonized areas, including Guadeloupe in the Caribbean, Senegal in West Africa, Algeria in North Africa, and the former French Indochina, I hope I said that right, in Southeast Asia. Documented Meta's child was a girl born about 1624 near Lake Nipissing, Nip, Nipissing, given the first name Marguerite, who was the daughter of a Mississippian Indian woman, and John Nicolet de Belleborn, born about 1598, likely in Cherbourg, France. Hold on, come back here. Okay. Today, Belgium with lowercase m typically functions as an adjective. The definition of the word has at times been disrupted or disputed, as some people have attempted to use lowercase metis in the archaic sense of having a single, distant, indigenous ancestor or being in some other way mixed. Okay, let's see. Uppercase M. Let's read this. Okay, hopefully that's not too much. It's lengthy, but it'll talk about what we're looking at just to give us a okay. All right. Anyway, okay, DJ, I ain't fucking with you today. Okay. Uppercase M. As French Canadians followed the North American fur trade to the west, some of the settlers made unions with different indigenous women, including the Cree. Over time, the Metis, uppercase M, emerged as the distinct indigenous people during the late 18th century, with the term referring to a particular sociocultural heritage and ethnic classification. In this regard, the term Metis is more than a racial classification and refers to the Metis Nation and indigenous peoples in Canada and the United States who originated largely in the Red River Valley and politically in the 19th century, developing and dispersing outwards from the Red River settlement, now Winnipeg. Descendants of this community are therefore also often known as the Red River Metis. Numerous spellings for Metis have been used interchangeably, including Metif, Michif, Metis with the hyphen for the E. However, some prefer to use Metis no hyphen as inclusive of persons of both English and French descent. What happened to the indigenous people in this? Okay, never mind. Okay. The majority of indigenous groups and legal scholars define Metis as the people who originated this homeland of the Metis Nation, which encompasses the prairie provinces of Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta, and extends of into continuous parts of Ontario, British Columbia, the Northwest Territories, and the Northern United States. The Metis National Council in 2002 defined Metis as, quote, a person who self-identifies as Metis, is distinct from other Aboriginal peoples, is of historic Metis Nation ancestry, and who is accepted by the Metis Nation. Okay. I don't think we're going to go any further into that. Let me see what they got here. Okay, I'll read that little paragraph. It says, within non-Indigenous societies, there are two competing ideas of what being Metis means. The first, when spelled with a lowercase m, means individuals or people having mixed race parentage or ancestries, i.e. North American Indigenous and European/Euro-Canadian/Euro-American. It is a racial categorization. This is the oldest meaning of Metis and is based on the French verb métisser. I hope I said that right. To mix races, to T-O, not T-W-O, to mix races or ethnicities. The related noun for the act of race mixing is mestiçage, mestiçage, if that's how you say it. The second meaning of being metis, and the one that is embraced by the Metis Nation, refers to the self-defining people with a distinct history in a specific region, Western Canadian provinces, okay, with some spillover into British Columbia, Ontario, North Dakota, Montana, and Northwest Territories. In this case, the term metis is spelled with an uppercase M and often does not always contain the accent a Jew, if that's what it is, or the hyphen over the E. Okay. Anything else? Yeah, let's read this next part right here. The Metis of Canada and the Metis of the United States adopted part of their indigenous and European cultures while forming customs and traditions of their own, as well as developing a common language. Some argue that the ethnogenesis of the Metis began when the Metis organized politically at the Battle of Seven Oaks in 1816, while others argue that the ethnogenesis began prior to this battle, before fur traders immigrated from the Great Lakes region to the Western Plains. Okay, so we'll come off of that. All right, and I'm glad some of y'all here. I guess some people went live. I know y'all eyes glazed over and shit. Okay, all right, so let's go back to the Moors Indian School. All right, okay, where were we at in here? Moors Indian School. All right. So again, right here, Wheelock students received a classical education. Wheelock hoped his Indian students would become missionaries who would return to convert their tribes at a lower cost and higher rate of success than could be achieved by English missionaries. Wheelock's school was renamed Moore's Indian Charity School for Joshua Moore, who donated a house and 2 acres of land in Lebanon, Connecticut to Wheelock's efforts. The school enrolled both white and Indian students. There, that's why we looked up Metis. Okay, hey Marco Polo, Power. I'm sorry. Of the more than 100 Indian students who attended Moore's Charity School while Wheelock was living, only Daniel Simon, who entered the school in 1768 or 1769, received a college degree within Wheelock's lifetime. Wheelock's first student, Amy Johnson, studied at Moore's Charity School beginning in 1761. Female students lived with local families. What do we call that? An foreign exchange student? Anyway, okay. Lived with local families and received 1 day a week of tutelage at Wheelock School. Moore's Indian Charity School received financial support from the Connecticut and Massachusetts legislatures, as well as the Scottish Society for Propagating Christian Knowledge. That part. The Scottish Fund provided support for Indian students to attend Kimball Union Academy and Thetford Academy, as well as Moore's Charity School and Dartmouth. In 1770, my bad, the school was moved to Hanover, New Hampshire, where Wheelock opened Dartmouth College. Moore's Charity School continued to educate students as a college preparatory at the college preparatory level. Much of the money raised by Wheelock and Samson Occam in England, because they went to England to ask them for money, just like this other dude went over there to the east to ask for money when they was dealing with we have the Trail of Tears in the south, but there's also the Trail of Tears dealing with the north and the Potawatomi coming out of Indiana, going into Kansas and all of that. We find one little brother, he was working his magic and he went on over to the east, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and the like to solicit money for his efforts. Okay. All right. So anyway, um, where we at? Where we at? Where we at? Receive for this. Okay, supported. Okay, wait. um, raised money. Okay. Much of the money raised by Wheelock and Sampson Occam in England, ostensibly intended for the support of the native pupils at Moore's Charity School, was used for the development of Dartmouth College. However, the, what do they call it? Scottish Society for Propagating Christian Knowledge. Okay, SSPCK funds were tightly controlled and reserved specifically for support of native students. Okay, remember they said that they did this school for the English students, but the money was asked for the who? The native ones who they wanted to go and convert their tribes. Okay. Then it says, Dartmouth and Moore's Charity School struggled unsuccessfully for decades to expand the use of SSPCK funds so that the money could be used for general support of the college. By 1808, y'all remember what happened in 1808? You got 1804 and then you got 1808, Okay, never mind. It's slavery issue. By 1808, only three of the 38 students at Moore's Charity School were Native American. The school was closed from 1829 to 1838 due to financial difficulties, but SSPCK funds continued to support the few Native students who attended Dartmouth. Moore's Charity School closed for good in 1849 or 1850. In 1915, the Supreme Court of New Hampshire ordered that the funds from Moore's Charity School be transferred to Dartmouth College, marking the legal end of an organization that had long since ceased to educate students. Okay, let's see. So y'all got that part. Okay, let me see. All right. So there was all they say that this school, Moore's Charity School, was actually very unsuccessful. Okay. Would you say logical fallacy on knuckers on the knees, sucking the wholesome from the scraps of paper printed infinitely in the world of finite resources? That math ain't math and bootlickers. I'm sorry, yeah, I've heard. Okay. So as y'all heard in the 26-minute clip, you know, um, Truth mentioned the Supreme Court, SCOTUS. Okay. SCOTUS, right. SCOTUS. But anyway, SCOTUS, Supreme Court of the United States. And there was a court case that dealt with this. All right. Because they had a whole damn fight that was going on. Let's read about that fight. And I know we went from the 1700s up into the 1800s, but I was trying to find some information, right? So, Dartmouth College case decided by U.S. Supreme Court 1819. And the quote here says, "It is, sir, as I have said, a small college, and yet there are those who love it." Okay. So, they talk about us being Moors, right? And a Moor is a dark-skinned person and predominantly a Negro and misclassified as Indian, Negro, black, colored, whatever. But when I was looking at this, I ain't seen no goddamn Indians. I didn't see no Negroes in here. You see the picture they got drawn? But he does have dark hair and rather fine features, and there's a reason why I'm going to use fine features as well. Okay, but let's read this. It's not long. It says, after having been removed as president by Dartmouth's Board of Trustees in 1815, John Wheelock persuaded the governor of New Hampshire to amend the college's charter to make the college a public institution governed by the state legislature. Dartmouth University was born. The school's board resisted. Their subsequent court cases in the state courts resulted in losses before they argued in front of the Supreme Court in 1818. Dartmouth alumni Daniel Webster, class of 1801, served as one of the lawyers for the college's trustees, and he delivered a lengthy and passionate oration to the court, which decided in the board's favor in 1819 with a historic decision penned by Chief Justice John Marshall. Y'all remember John Marshall, right? And I hope y'all can hear me. I hear my headset doing crazy stuff here. It says, considered a landmark ruling in the development of the U.S. constitutional and corporate law, trustees of Dartmouth College versus Woodworth, 1819, held that the college would remain a private institution and not become a state university. The court's decision confirmed that the U.S. Constitution's contract clause prohibits states from impairing a contract, in this case, Dartmouth's charter. Generations of Dartmouth students would have at least some familiarity with the 200-year-old case thanks to the oft-quoted words of Daniel Webster, class of 1801, I'm sorry, spoken during his argument on behalf of the college's trustees, where he says again, "It is, sir, as I have said, a small college, and yet there are those who love it." Okay, again, when they declared their independence, some colleges went private. Okay, all right. Sorry, y'all. I'm still dealing with this breathing issue, and I just won't stop smoking. All right. To finish this out, The Dartmouth College case set up the concept of the private charitable organization in the United States constitutional law. The case is still referenced today as the basis for the protection of corporate persons under the Constitution and has been cited in recent opinions such as Burwell versus Hobby Lobby and Citizens United versus FEC. Is that highlightable? No, okay. Richard W. Morin, 24, the librarian, outlined the case in detail in The Will to Resist, which appeared in the April 1969 issue of Dartmouth's Alumni magazine. Okay, um, just a little information. Okay, let's see if we got something sitting here in this section. Looks like my computer's slowing down a little bit. Um, okay, so I looked at Dartmouth. Mind you, some of the history talks about how it moved because they're in two different places, Dartmouth and Moore's Charity School. But these are folks trying to do some stuff. So I went to this page right here. Let me see, are y'all here? Yeah. I went to this page right here and I'm looking for them Moors. I really am. Okay. So I'm like, well, he don't look like a Moor. That's 2022. And she got dark hair and dark eyes, but is she a Moor? Okay. First woman elected president of Dartmouth, 2016. She don't look like a, yeah, okay, never mind. 2014. Okay, we just scrolling. Okay. Triangle House here, 2012. These folks here. And this was the fourth, this is the, Dartmouth is the fourth medical college that opened in the United States. Okay, the fourth. Okay, we're back at them universities and stuff again. Remember? All right. And here's where all the melanated people were. Okay, but this is the first year students enrichment program empowers first generation students to thrive academically. Really? And they all look like they not from here. Okay. I'm just saying. I'm just, yeah, that part. Okay. 2004. God bless this lady right here. In 2004, she becomes the first black pediatric surgeon. Okay. Like I said, it ain't too late to do some stuff when it comes to career. Okay. just jump in the car and listen to what's really going on. Okay. But shout out to her. All right. Andrea Hayes Jordan. Ooh, what a name, right? Okay, let's go a little bit further. There go that guy again. He wins a Nobel Prize. It's 88. They're showing you about their farming that they're doing, organic farm. Okay, 72. Y'all know what was going, how things were in 72. Okay, in September 1972, 177 women matriculated as freshmen, along with 74 female transfer students. Yeah, I bet it wasn't too many of us over there. Okay, anyway, private university. What is this? The 1970s. We see at least one sister sitting here, but that doesn't look like a picture from the 1970s, to be honest with you, because they got on yoga pants. Okay, anyway, or she has on yoga pants. 1959. Look at that math shit right there. Uh, Owen Chamberlain of 41 wins Nobel Prize. He won the Thayer Prize in mathematics and the Kramer Fellowship at Dartmouth. He went on to win the Nobel Prize in physics. Yeah, okay. Just because we don't understand physics and mathematics don't mean you dissuade people from going into higher education. You damn morons, you. Okay, anyway, my bad. My Tourette's kicked in. Um, 1956, a proposal for the Dartmouth Summer Research Program on Artificial Intelligence. Wasn't y'all having that conversation recently about when did AI come about? We just scrolling. Here it says AI coined at Dartmouth 1956. The Dartmouth Summer Research Program on Artificial Intelligence was a seminal event for artificial intelligence as a field. If y'all want to read about that story, there you go. Okay. Some of the people that's showing up is Dartmouth College, Harvard University, IBM Corporation, and Bell Telephone Laboratories. You know how that goes. All right. Here's 56. Dartmouth Skyway opens. On December 15th, 1956, Polly Case straddled a small disc attached to a cable, a pomolith, and rode to the top of Holt's Ledge in Lyme, New Hampshire. Yeah, whatever that is. Okay. Look like they was ski lift. Okay, some shit. Okay, there's a lodge that's built in 38. Back into the 30s, tea time at Sandburg begins, some kind of tea service. 1929, the Baker Memorial Library opens. 1920, Leelert Canoe Club is founded. We going on back. 1918, first woman instructor, Elizabeth Reynolds Hopgood, a talented linguist, created the Russian program at the college. Ooh, 1900s, they got a business school that was founded. Tuck School of Business was founded, which says the Amos Tuck School of Business Administration and Finance was the first institution in the world to offer a master's degree in business administration. Edward Tuck, class of 1862, donated an initial grant of $300,000 to found the school in 1899, naming it in memory of his father, Amos Tuck, class of 1835. Y'all want to read that? The story is there. All right. 1896, the first clinical x-ray in America performed. Remember, this is a private college. They wanted to go public, but they couldn't. Yeah, that part. Okay. Yeah. All right. So, x-ray machine. Y'all want to read that? Stories right there at Dartmouth. Okay. Remember, this is tied to the Moorish Indian School. Okay. 1895, the first night of Dartmouth. And I found this little um these pathways around this fire really interesting. I almost had a little flashback of cross burnings, but it didn't happen. Anyway, um, anyway, my bad. Okay, that's some other shit in my head. All right. The founding of Thayer, Sylvanus Thayer, class of 1807, established an engineering school at his alma mater. And I'm looking, I don't see any of us unless that brother right there on the right, way back in the back, is us, right? Over in this corner. Okay. Either way, I'm still looking for the Moors. Okay. Look at this. 1839, the first black graduate of a U.S. medical school, American born and raised in Liberia. Samuel Ford McGill, class of 1839, was the first black graduate of the U.S. medical school. Y'all might want to read that. Okay. I didn't read it, but y'all might want to read that. Let's go back further. Here's the court case right here. 1819, Dartmouth case decided by SCOTUS, a landmark ruling in the development of U.S. constitutional and corporate law. Trustees of Dartmouth College versus Woodward held that the college would remain a private institution and not become a state university. And this little quote right here says, "This, sir, is my case. It is the case not merely of that humble institution. It is the case of every college in our land. It is, sir, as I have said, a small college, but yet there are some that love it." Okay, that's 1818. Let's go back further. So here we find the medical department founded in 1789, Dartmouth's medical department, which was established by Nathan Smith, delivered his first lecture on November 22nd, 1797. Okay. This one here, 1783. Now, this one's interesting because they call it the first senior society, the Society of Social Friends. Socials maintain a student funded and management library or managed library circulating holdings to its members only. But when you look at these people, they are not from 1783, okay, in this picture. All right. Okay. Very recent. And that concludes that website information. Um, we're probably going to end up right back in the same story with this case. Yeah, we ended up right back in the same story, so we don't want to look at that. All right, but I'll do this one here. Let's jump into this first black student, see what they said here about Mr. McGill. Society of Fiends. Yeah, that part. Okay. The magazine of the Gissel School of Medicine at Dartmouth. Interesting. Okay, look like a few documents. Huh. Let's read this. Let's read this part because I'm still looking for the Moors. Okay, I'm still looking for the Moors. Okay, over here in Lebanon or New Hampshire, whatever, whatever. All right, so we read the first part of this. The American born and raised Liberian Samuel Ford McGill, class of 1839. He was American born, but he was raised in Liberia. Interesting. All right, it says on Monday, December 12th, 1836, medical students at Washington Medical College in Baltimore, Maryland, gathered to discuss their anxiety about a fellow classmate. They recently learned that the facility of the college, quote, permitted the introduction of a Negro boy into the institution as a student for the purpose of instruction and have entitled him to all the rights and privileges of the college, end quote. Expressing their concerns further in a letter by Dr. Samuel K. Jennings, Dean of the Medical College, they argued, quote, any person who possesses a degree of self-esteem cannot conceive that the facility would consent that student of fair complexion should mingle with those of dark skin, end quote. And further said, quote, this boy has gone far beyond the limited space granted to him and his encroached and has encroached as far upon the privileges enjoyed by the students as to wound their feeling and discuss themselves by his actions. Let me read that last part again. And further said, this boy has gone far beyond the limited space granted him and has encroached as far upon the privileges enjoyed by the students as to wound their feelings and discuss them by his actions. Oops. Yeah, okay, let me read some more. Okay. Over here in the call out for the picture, it says Ashman JJH Young and A. Finney, map of the west coast of Africa from Sierra Leone to Cape Palmas, including the colony of Liberia. And this is from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 1830 map. That's what that picture is. If y'all want to go look at that. Again, this is dartmouth.ed. If you look it up, you can go through some of the links that are in there. Let's continue to read. Okay. It says this group of 12 believed that if this person could attend lectures, it would jeopardize their own professional prospects and endanger the college. They pointed to undisclosed prejudicial reports to contend that once word got out that they had graduated on equal terms with a man of African descent, they would not be able to practice medicine in a slave state. The controversial classmate in question was Samuel Ford McGill, who 2 years later would graduate from Dartmouth's then medical department, becoming the first black man to receive a medical degree or MD degree from an American medical school. David J. Peck, MD, is commonly credited with being the first American born black to graduate from a U.S. medical school, Rush Medical College, but McGill predates him by 8 years, and another Dartmouth medical student, George Torrance Gilliam, class of 1841, by 6 years. I didn't tell y'all my first boyfriend's last name was Gilliam, did I? Hey, Dr. G, how you doing over there, sister? Okay. Anyway, um, early 19th century medical education. An apprenticeship system of training doctors remained in favor up until the late 18th century, but efforts were underway to formalize American medical education. Physicians interested in establishing a medical school either approached an existing local academic institution seeking permission to grant degrees under its auspices and sought licensing from the state to create an independent institution authorized to award a medical degree. As a result of these early efforts, medical students nominally connected with academic institutions began popping up in metropolitan areas, but medical education could not yet claim the high standards of their sponsoring institutions. Mm. Who sponsored who? Oh my goodness. Samuel F. McGill's mentor, Reuben Diamond Mussey, MD. Okay, because I was going to say he don't look like he came from Sierra Leone. But anyway, let's continue. Hold on 1 second. Where we at? An hour and 50 minutes? DJ, leave the people alone. Okay, let me read some more. Okay. Washington Medical School was typical of most early 19th century medical schools. Denied a charter from Maryland in 1826, the founding physicians turned to Washington College in Washington, Pennsylvania, to establish a medical school in their name in Baltimore. Permission granted, the new medical school accepted students the following year. Often ill prepared, students learned from a faculty of local physicians. Clinical instruction was offered through informal lectures, and anatomical dissertation or dissection was observed rather than taught. Hands on clinical experience was rare. Medical education lasted nearly 1 year and culminated with students presenting an acceptable thesis and passing a comprehensive examination. Speaking of comprehensive examinations, I couldn't find my zip drive to bring that eighth grade civics lesson to the foreground. Okay. Okay. Couldn't find it. I looked for it, but I couldn't find it, you guys. It's somewhere around here in one of my bags. Let's read a little bit more. A few years prior to the founding of Washington Medical College, the American Colonization Society, well, damn. Mm, I'm just saying. Okay. Also known as the American Society for Colonizing the Free People of Color in the United States, founded Liberia on America's west coast in 1821. Viewed as a remedy to slavery and a solution to the increasing racial tension of the United States due to the rapidly growing freeborn black and freed slave population, the ACS, with a presence in each state, induced free blacks to immigrate immigrate. You know what they say about immigration? That's when you transverse on your own land. You know, if I move from California to North Carolina, I'm immigrating. So how in the hell do people go from America to North Africa and they don't call it immigration, but they call it immigration? Let that sink in. Okay, let's continue. Um, immigrate. The ACS, with a presence in each state, induced free blacks to immigrate to Africa and move and settle in Monrovia, the colony's main settlement. For those of you who are doing your research and want some more information, look into Monrovia. All right. Maryland broke away from the ACS in 1827 to form the Maryland State Colonization Society. Anybody know about that? Anybody know about the Maryland State Colonization Society? Looks like we got some more research, right? Okay. But they formed this, they broke away and they formed this in order to independently establish their own settlement, Maryland in Liberia, which they did in 1834, further south of Cape Palmas. Y'all might want to look into that. Okay. Didn't know about that one. It says, although Baltimore was the home to America's largest free black population within a slave state, free and freeborn blacks still face widespread racial discrimination. The McGills, a freeborn black American family living in the city, were among Maryland's early Liberian settlers, first in Monrovia, then later in Cape Palmas. Though born into slavery, they freed the family patriarch, George, a successful lay Methodist minister and teacher, was one of Baltimore's most prominent and prosperous black citizens. His decision to relocate his family stemmed from his connection to leaders of the colonization movement who assured him of a high-ranking position within the colonial administration, which he received. Excuse me a second. I think this was 1827. Let me go back. Maryland broke away from the ACS in 1827 to form the Maryland State Colonization Society. Okay. And then they talk about they created their own settlement in 1834. And that's for you milestones. Okay. Let me see, where were we at? McGill's, George. Okay. high-ranking position. Okay. Once settled, McGill achieved prominence. He was vice agent of the colony for 1 year, superintendent of schools, and a wealthy merchant. His son-in-law, John Brown Russwurm, became the colony's first black governor. Okay. Befitting his social status, George's eldest son Samuel was committed to becoming a physician. Doctors in the new colony were prominently white, such as James Hall, a born and bred New Englander, and and Maryland in Liberia's first governor, who became the young man's mentor. Okay. It was from this position of colonial prominence that Samuel McGill wrote to the former member of the MSCA Board of Governors. So they got a whole board. Y'all probably want to check that out. Moses Shepherd, a Quaker merchant and philanthropist in Baltimore and personal acquaintance of McGill's father, in the fall of 1835, requesting assistance in securing and paying for his medical education with the promise of returning to the Liberian colony to practice medicine. Here's some handwritten cursive stuff. Okay, let's read some more. Edward E. Phelps, MD, confirming that under his tutelage, Samuel F. McGill studied the Latin language, which, though not required in medical training, was helpful to know. And that's from the Dartmouth Archives. Let's continue to read. Soon after receiving the letter, Shepherd enlisted a network of support from McGill. A group of white colonists met with Shepherd, found the prospect of educating a settler to serve as a colonial physician appealing, and secured a position for the young man at Washington Medical College. The MSCA agreed to pay his tuition. Several doctors agreed to supply his textbooks, and Shepherd would bear the cost of transportation and take McGill into his home. Yet one detail loomed. Because of this, I'm sorry, because this was McGill's first visit to the U.S. since leaving in his youth, Shepherd worried that Shepherd worried the Liberian was ill prepared for American racism. Quick to apprise young McGill of what awaited him in the southern city, Shepherd wrote, quote, "You must not expect to hear the term Mr. McGill from a white man," he warned. "In the college, you must appear as a servant. There is not a medical school in the United States, or U states, into which you could be admitted in any other character," end quote. McGill accepted this grim reality. He traveled to Baltimore and began attending lectures in November 1836. You know, 1836 is about the same time they ratified the Treaty of Peace and never mind. Okay, anyway. By December, his classmates had organized a protest and demanded his expulsion. Though McGill had been instructed to appear as a servant, the school's white students expected the freeborn and proud Liberian to behave as a servant as well. Uh-huh. There go a picture of him right there. And while they're talking about him being a Liberian, he left the Americas in his youth and went to Liberia. Okay. We're going to read another article about the Delaware Moors in just a minute. Okay. But yeah, that's what he looks like. It says New England and Dartmouth. Determined to continue his support of McGill, Shepherd again enlisted his network of like-minded friends and colleagues to find a new medical college for the aspiring physician. Edward E. Phelps, MD, a professor of anatomy and surgery at the University of Vermont's medical department and highly regarded by his students, agreed to accept the Liberian as a private student in Windsor, Vermont, where McGill would have access to Phelps' personal laboratory. Although McGill would be an apprentice, Phelps assured the MSCS he would be taught the medical curriculum of the university and attend some of its lectures, a proposed course of study considered advanced for its time. But before McGill departed, for Vermont, he was again cautioned, this time by MSCS agent Ira Esther. Quote, in regard to your general deportment to all classes of society, your residence in Africa and this country cannot fail to have taught you the prudence and circumspection are particularly needed in the present excited state of public mind in regard to the African race. You must not forget for a moment that you are an African in America. And in that relation, whatever may be your sense of equality with your fellow man, remember, it will be dangerous to show it. End quote. Armed with this knowledge, McGill traveled to Windsor in early winter of 1837. At the request of his new teacher, he traveled in the company of two deceased males. Okay, rolling with dead bodies. I guess he ain't a Hebrew Israelite. Oh, my bad. Phelps had recommended to the MSCS that McGill bring cadavers up from Baltimore, necessary for teaching. Cadavers were difficult to find to find to come by in rural areas, and Phelps, like many rural physicians with an apprentice, needed cadavers to stock his dissecting room. At that time, the medical school also faced difficulty procuring cadavers. So on this cadaver part and the medical school part, now you want to look at H. Holmes in Chicago, somewhere around the World's Fair and his hotel, because that man was doing insurance fraud, and he started out realizing that he could make some money by providing cadavers. Um, I think he dug up some bodies or something like that. I'm not sure, but providing cadavers to the medical school that was in Chicago, and he got to the point where they say he set up his hotel so that people, it was like the hotel from hell, where you check in but you don't check out. Okay, people were literally killed inside the hotel, and that's H. Holmes, if you will look it up. Now, mind you, he gets caught on a train heading his ass over there to Pennsylvania as well. But he started doing insurance fraud. Y'all should look at H. Holmes, okay, and the medical school attached with that and cadavers, okay. Let's continue. Soon after his arrival, McGill met with Phelps, then took up residence with a nearby black family. Respectfully accepted into the local community, he began his medical education. Let me take on this one real quick. This goes back to what Master Fundi Fee was talking about as far as tithing. Okay, um, how in Alabama the elders had told her that our tithing process was that the mothers put monies together so that the children, the young people in our communities, would attend these schools. Now, I don't have a date for this, but would attend these schools. And if any young person utilized the tithing that the elder mothers, if you would, had put aside for them, their tithe was that they had to come back and work for 10 years. That's where your tithe, your tenth, is coming from. They would have to come back to the community and work for 10 years supplying services to the community. And this is how we get our brain drain in our community, because we don't honor that, you know. The religious part, we just give calves and goats, and uh currently got ATMs sitting in the foyer of churches and stuff like that. Okay, but it's a whole brain drain that happened in our community. Shout out to the ones who say we shouldn't go to school. But anyway, let's continue. All right, just to drop that little piece of little nugget down there. Okay. Studious and eager, he embraced the study of anatomy. Over the course of a few months, McGill spent 5 hours a day in Phelps' dissecting room. In a letter to Easter chronicling McGill's progress, Phelps wrote that in 5 months his apprentice, quote, exceeded what most medical students complete in 6. Okay, end quote. When Phelps resigned from the University of Vermont in July of that year and returned to private practice a few years later, he would become the chair of theory and the practice of medicine and pathanatomy at Dartmouth. His tutelage of McGill ceased. As was customary at the time, Phelps assured McGill he would issue a certificate accrediting him as a physician, but McGill believed he needed a medical degree to give him a legitimate standing in Liberia. Phelps called upon his friend Reuben Diamond Mussey, MD, a professor and chair of anatomy and surgery at Dartmouth's medical department, for helping in admitting McGill to the college. Mussey was an admired teacher and independent-minded researcher who successfully challenged prevailing medical notions. A Dartmouth College graduate, class of 1803, his long career with the institution spanned nearly 40 years and served as an important bridge between the fledgling medical school's Nathan Smith era and a more progressive curriculum. If y'all interested, y'all probably can look into that. Okay. Um, Dartmouth's medical school, founding in 1797 as a medical department within the college, was no different than that of other medical schools at the time. Yet by the early 1800s, the school had gained a reputation for its teaching method and scientific approach to medicine. Nathan Smith, MD, a well-educated physician with a solo practice treating residents in rural Upper Connecticut River Valley, knew that good patient care required better educated doctors. He envisioned establishing a medical school in Hanover to share his expertise and his approach to patient centered care. When Smith approached Dartmouth College of Trustees seeking permission to do so under Dartmouth's auspices, the trustees accepted his offer. Let's continue reading. I'm just reading for edification here. Um, though, lo- um, though located in the remote northern New England wilderness, the medical school was among the first to offer a distinct medical curriculum. Dartmouth in the nation's fourth oldest. Dartmouth is the nation's fourth oldest medical school. In collaboration with the ACS, Dartmouth was among a handful of northeastern medical schools willing to accept qualified students from Liberia. In this aspect, the college was also far ahead of others at admitting men of color to its baccalaureate program. And an affirmation of its continued commitment to minority students today. Why aren't they calling them Indians at this point? What happened to them calling? Never mind. Never mind. Okay. Never freaking mind. Um, Edward Mitchell, Dartmouth's class of 1828, graduated 42 years prior to other Ivy League schools accepting and graduating men of color. Under Moosey's wing, McGill was introduced to classmates as a native African, but he came from here. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Okay, never mind. Um, native African. As such, he was accorded the respect shown to foreigners rather than suspicion directed at Black Americans. Okay. Something just came to mind with that one. Y'all remember that story within the Moorish paradigm when they talked about this last month as well. But when they were talking about Muhammad Ali, and they were talking about, he's a world champion, but yet he goes to this restaurant, and the people that looked African or Moorish or Islamic got treated better than him, and he was from here. Let's reiterate this. McGill left here in his youth to go to Liberia, but when he comes back, he's introduced as an African. But now they're saying they see, sorry, they didn't say that. But now they're saying that he was afforded or shown the respect shown to foreigners rather than the suspicion directed at Black Americans. I'm sorry, did he leave here as a Black American and then he got washed out in the Atlantic Ocean? What the fuck happened? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Let's continue reading. Known for his intellect and gentility, McGill did well at Dartmouth. Give me a second, you guys. I really got a cough. Guess Yes, my mouth getting a little dry. I'm trying not to take that last little pill. All right, let's continue. Okay, we still got good charge over here. All right, everything's still charging. Okay, everything's still working. Okay. All right. Known for his intellect and gentility, McGill did well at Dartmouth. At the beginning of his final term, with graduation imminent, he believed he needed to acquire clinical experience in order to properly care for the colonists. Before returning to Liberia, McGill wrote to the MSCS asking permission to extend his stay in America. He planned to spend time in Baltimore conducting clinical work among the city's black community. His request was denied. Hmm. Okay, let's continue. Okay. Passing all examinations and successfully defending his medical thesis, McGill graduated with the MD degree and honors in June of 1839. During his entire time at Dartmouth, he never revealed he was born in America. Mm, mm, mm. After leaving the college and a short stay with Shepherd in Baltimore, I'm sorry, did he reveal that he was a Moor? Or just never mind. Never mind. Okay. After leaving the college, did he say he was? Never mind. Forget it. After leaving the college and a short stay with Shepherd in Baltimore, he returned to Cape Palmas and became the colony's first doctor of African descent. Never mind. Okay. During the following decade, McGill mentored and trained several young colonists in medicine. Among them was Dempsey R. Fletcher, class of 1847. Though not trained by McGill, Daniel Lang Jr., class of 1854, and John Anthony Parham, class of 1871, became the third and fourth Liberians, respectively, to graduate from Dartmouth's medical school. Were they born in America too? Good, okay, that part. Got you, DJ. Uh, Forrester Woody Lee, MD, D68, a professor of medicine at Yale School of Medicine and co-author with James Pringle, degree 58, I guess, of a noble and independent course, The Life of Reverend Edward Mitchell, the story of Dartmouth's first black graduate, has long been researching the history of African Americans at the college. Really? Really? That's why they call us African American? Never mind. Quote, through his story, though his story is mostly unknown, Samuel McGill is important to the thinly documented history of free blacks in the pre-Civil War era. American born, he returned from Africa as an educated man of color, prepared to challenge presidential racial attitude, prejudicial racial attitudes arrayed against free blacks, Lee says. Gill is an example of the success that lies ahead when individuals are measured for their true worth. That McGill achieved a medical education at the time when American born blacks were largely prevented from attending established colleges due to racial discrimination is as much a Liberian story as an American one. Yeah, it's probably roots. Never mind. His success required him to navigate complex and evolving racial dynamics on both sides of the Atlantic. As a colonizer, he was able to circumvent American racial attitudes and reinvent himself, helping him secure the support of influential patrons such as Shepherd. There goes some more writing in cursive. Let's read the last part. Over time, McGill achieved prominence in financial success in Maryland and Liberia. Maryland and Liberia. I want y'all to keep that in mind. Maryland and Liberia, just like Mississippi was over there too. Never mind. Both in politics, becoming assistant agent of the colony in 1848, then in the family business. Mind you, I just thought about the fact that he never revealed that he was American born, but he was in a black family, housed in a black family, and wanted to work with black folks, but he was denied to work with them. Uh, okay, keep him separate, even though he's from here. Never mind. Okay, it's a family affair. Slide the family alchemist stones. That part. Okay, let's continue. family business, both in politics, becoming assistant agent of the colony in 1848, then the family, then in the family business. All the while, he corresponded with his patron, keeping him abreast of Liberian progress. Shepherd responded to his protege in kind by sending medical books and supplies. In 1851, Shepherd was pleased to learn McGill had been appointed governor of Maryland in Liberia. After leaving government at the end of his term in 1854, he joined two of his brothers to found the McGill Brothers Trading. McGill Brothers Trading. Then moved his family to Cape Palmas to Morovia to further the company's business interests. Successful merchants, the McGill family was among the prominent and influential early settler families in Liberia. McGill died on June 28, 1871 in Morovia. Okay. Says Samuel F. McGill's story would not be told without the extensive knowledge and generosity of Robert Murray. They were the Murrays, assistant professor of history at Mercy College and author of the forthcoming book, Atlantic Passages. Constance E. Putman, author of The Science We Have Loved and Taught, Dartmouth Medical School's First Two Centuries, and Forrester Woody Lee, MD, D68, who developed and managed the Blacks at Dartmouth History website. Booyah. And here's a little picture. Looks like we got all four of these little brothers. Let's see if we can get that picture enlarged. Can y'all see that on y'all screen? There it is. So we have Prince Saunders, 1808. We have Matthew W. Bullock, 1904. Edward G. Draper, 1854. And Ernest E. Just, 1906. Let's see if we can enlarge this. Let's see. I don't know if we can enlarge this. Nope. Let's see if we can get it any bigger so we can read it. All right. I will read this for you because it doesn't look like it's enlarging on the screen. Oh, shit. Little jerk. Okay, let's. All right. Hopefully this will be big enough. I'm thinking about computers acting a butt. Okay, so let's read this real quick. Dartmouth's black students from 18th to the mid 20th century. First Ivy League college black graduates. During the time of the American slavery, only Dartmouth and a few other colleges opened doors to men of African descent. Caleb Watts, raised as a slave, was tutored in 1774 to 75 by Dartmouth's founder, Reverend Eleazar Woodlock, at Moore's Charity School, a forerunner of the college. Prince Saunders, son of a freed slave, studied at Moore's in 1808 before immigrating to Haiti to counsel the Republic's leaders. In 1828, Edward Mitchell earned a bachelor's degree 42 years before other Ivy League school graduated self-identified men of colors. So that's Prince Saunders who goes down to Haiti. hmm Um, to the right, we have Matthew W. Bullock, 1904, before the Civil Rights era. It says, by mid 20th century, 137 black men had attended Dartmouth College and Medical School, the second largest to enroll in a New England college. As trailblazers, they broke new ground across diverse paths. Black students on the campus were successful as scholars and scholar athletes. 19% of graduates of the college earned Phi Beta Kappa honors. After college, most entered the professions, one half as physicians and one fourth as educators, while others became leading citizens across the nation. I just want y'all to keep in mind that they never revealed that the one guy never revealed that he was from here. Okay, what you think these folks did? Okay, let me read the other one. So that's before the Civil Rights era. Here's one before the Civil War. This is Edward G. Draper, 1854. Okay. It says before 1865, Dartmouth educated 20 black men at the college and medical school. 15 joined free blacks as Liberian colonists. Liberia's first black physician, Samuel F. McGill, who we just read about, and first black lawyer, Edward G. Draper, 1855, was Dartmouth men. Other blacks graduated other black graduates labored to secure rights on American soil. Thomas Paul Jr., 1842, and Jonathan C. Gibbs, 1852, joined abolitionist movements. William B. Ellis, 1858, served as an assistant surgeon in the Civil War and later on the medical staff of Freeman Hospital. Mm-mm-mm. Last one, Legacy of Darkness, early black alumni. This is Ernest E. Jess, 1906. It says the historical black alumni at Dartmouth, although present in small numbers on the campus at any given time, established a collective legacy that is foundational. Among them was Ernest E. Jess, 1906, the Black Apollo of Science, and many other prominent men recognized today for their sterling accomplishments. They came at they came to Dartmouth from rural byways and crowded urban streets to inscribe their mark on the institution of the Granite State. Today, more than 4,000 Dartmouth Black alumni, men and women, stand on the shoulders of Dartmouth's early Black alumni. Okay, so that was a good little piece right there. That was a good little piece. All right, let's see if we can get back to where we were. That was a good little detour to find out a little history about their first graduate. Okay, and what he had to go through. Who knew he was from here? Went to Liberia, came back, said he was an African, never revealed he was born here. Look at that shit. But we're talking about the Moors, right? We're talking about the Moors. All right, so let me see. What's this site that I have? Missaakit. Let's see if we can find that article on my computer so I can pull that up for you. This will be the article on the Moors of Delaware. Just a little something something in here I want to read. Okay, what are we looking for? This is Native Americans of Delaware State.com. Let's see if we can find this. I'm sorry, MITSAW. Okay, we getting close. Um, WOKOKET. What are we looking at? Semicolon. The Moors of Delaware. Let's see if we can find this. Moors of Delaware. 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 Let's see if we can find this article and pull it up for you. It looks like it would be this article right here. Is this it? The so-called Moors? It didn't start out that way. Hold on. Let's see if we. Okay, Mississauga. No, I want it spelled this way. Shit. Did we mess up? Yep, we messed up. Okay, let's go back. All right. Native Americans of the state of Delaware. Let's see. Yep, here's the article. Let's share this tab. All right, so this is the next article that I'll be reading. Connect, I cut. Naive, I'm not Rucons. DJ leading people along. Okay. All right, so this is an article that I ran across, and I know the words are kind of small. I'll go to the top, and maybe you guys can see. the title. Well, that is the top. Okay, but this is the Moors of Delaware. We stumbled across this tonight. This is done by um, it says an unknown author, but up at the top it says it was copied from the papers of Wilson S. Davis of Clayton, Wyoming, Bishop's Corner, and Dover, Delaware, and Beltsville, Maryland. Okay, I don't know who William Davis is or Wilson Davis, but in here it makes a little distinction about American Indians, if you would. Okay, or should I say some of the characteristics? Let's read. Okay, a look at the tri-racial group. The Moors of Delaware are a tri-racial group. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Um. So it said, stay out the kitchen, DJ. I see you over there talking about the nap. Okay, the nap at the base of the neck. Yeah, the kitchen will fuck you up. Okay. It says, and I'll read here. This one's a little lengthy. It says that intermingling of races was one of the products which occurred in the early European exploration and settlement of the North American continent. Stemming from these earlier interminglings, there exists within the eastern United States today a number totaling between 50,000 and 100,000 persons, a variety of surviving localized strands of mixed blood peoples. Those called the Moors or the Delaware Moors are a group of such descent. In a June 1953 article, the geographer Edward T. Price mapped the location of the chief populations of racially mixed groups in the eastern United States. Though the particular geographic distributions of these groups, I'm sorry, yeah, through the particular geographic distributions of these groups, Price indicated how environmental circumstances such as swamps or inaccessible and barren mountain country favored their growth. Many of the groups are located along the tidewater of the Atlantic and Gulf Coast where swamps, islands, or peninsulas have protected them and kept alive a portion of the original or aboriginal blood which greeted the first white settlers on these shores. Other pockets of these groups are located further inland and western Piedmont area, backing up against the Blue Ridge and Alleghenies. A few of the groups are to be found along the top of the Blue Ridge and on several ridges of the Appalachian Great Valley just beyond. In addition to mapping the distribution and indicating environmental circumstances pertaining to these racially mixed groups, Price also noted a number of common phenomena relating to them. These groups have been presumed to be part white, with varying portions of American Indian and Negro blood, although a lack of solid documentation concerning the origin of a good number of these groups make determination of racial composition uncertain. Due to their particular racial mixture, these groups are recognized as of immediate social status, sharing lots with neither whites nor blacks, nor enjoying the government protection or tribal ties of typical Indian descendants. Oh yeah, we ran across Prester John. I decided not to pull that one up because yeah, that was in there too, DJ. Okay, all right. While all the aspects mentioned above are descriptive of similarities between the various racially mixed groups distributed throughout the eastern United States, one must also realize that each group is essentially a unique phenomenon. Each one stems from a particular intermixture of races and is related to a specific locale with recognition of the groups crystallized by a name applied, either by the group itself or by the people surrounding them in their region. The phenomena which Price noted as common denominators in his analysis of racially mixed groups generally hold true for people called Moors, who reside in the Kent and Sussex counties of Delaware and across the Delaware Bay in southern New Jersey. Now this is being read because that also that southern New Jersey part also ties to the Covenant chain and the Moorish schools. That part. Let's continue. Okay. Concentrations consisting of members of this group are located in lowland tidewater areas of the two states, areas which are basically rural even today. Moors make up the largest portion of the total population, a little over 300 persons, of a small community in Cheswold, Kent County, Delaware. Cheswold, Cheswold, Kent County, Delaware. Cheswold is about 5 miles north of the larger state capital, Dover. These people also inhabit the rural area surrounding Cheswold. A number of Delaware Moors make their homes in and around the small town of Millsboro and along the north shore of the Indian River in Sussex County, Delaware. In addition to the Moors living in and around Cheswold and Merlesboro, Delaware, a similar but more dispersed number of Moor families live in rural southern New Jersey. One finds more families in the farming territory outside Bridgeton, Melville, and Vineland, New Jersey. Okay, just trying to read into it. Okay, just trying to read into it. Okay. The location of the Cheswold community does not at first seem to concur with Price's indication that racially mixed groups flourished in relatively isolated geographic areas. The fact that Cheswold is so near to Dover and also just west of a major state highway, Delaware Route 13, is at variance with that thesis. However, farmlands have served somewhat as a buffer between Cheswold and Dover, and the Moore community has remained, up to the present, a separate entity. Information concerning the settlement in Cheswold by the Moors is more akin to Price's thesis. There are indications that Cheswold was not the initial settlement area for this group of Moors. Informant Wilson Davis, a Delaware Moor, stated that the Moors of Cheswold originally lived about 10 miles to the northeast at Woodland Beach, a more marshy area along the Delaware Bay. According to Mr. Davis, the Moors moved to farm further inland and to settle in Cheswold during the last quarter of the 19th century as a result of a large storm which inundated much of the land surrounding Woodland Beach. There are references in this article if y'all want to look it up. Okay. Um, the Moorish areas in Sussex County, Delaware, and in southern New Jersey are in more sparsely populated rural regions. In both regions, the landscape is covered by truck farms and dense pine forests, and neither area is crisscrossed by major traffic routes. The Moorish, I'm sorry, I read that. Geography has played some part in setting the Moors. I'm sorry. Geography has played some part in setting the Moors' start from the mainstream American population, but the racial composition of this group links to their origin has played a more primary role. A number of scholars have taken note that this group, which for the most part considers itself distinct from the Negro and white races, researchers have examined their mixed blood characteristics and have endeavored to trace the precise origins of the Moors. In discussing the physical appearance of the Moors, as well as the Nanacote Indian descendants to whom some Moors are related, C.S. Westlanger wrote, Westlanger is Wesslager. He wrote, this is the part I wanted y'all to hear. Certain facial characteristics, let me say first, they set them apart from the n- distinct from the both the Negro and the white races. Mind you, there is another article that I cannot find that breaks down the Arab, the Berber, the Negro, the Jew, and I can't remember if there's another group in there making certain distinctions between them. For those of you who like to blanket us with these fucking terms. But anyway, Westlanger wrote, quote, certain facial characteristics set them apart from both whites and Negroes. The darkest have brown skin and the lightest resemble their white neighbors in complexion. Blonde, red, and sandy hair may be seen, but the majority have brown or black hair, either the wavy or straight, and coarse like that of the full blooded American Indian. That's the part I wanted y'all to hear. Okay, that's the part I wanted you to hear. Iron Eyes Cody does not have coarse hair. Bitch, I have coarse hair. I'm just saying, okay? I'm just saying. Let me read that again, okay? The darkest have brown skins, and the lightest resemble their white neighbors in complexion. Blonde, red, and sandy hair may be seen, but the majority have brown or black hair, either wavy or straight, and coarse, like that of the full blooded American Indian. Kinky or woolen hair is not often seen. Uh oh. What's coarse? What's the difference between coarse hair and kinky or woolly hair? What's the difference? Never mind. Okay, I got excited. Let's read some more. Okay. Okay. Check it out. Let's read. So it says, it's not often seen. Straight noses and thin lips are typical. Eye colors range from grays and blues to dark brown and black. Many of the mixed bloods have sharply chiseled features, swarthy complexions, and straight hair. Others are distinctly Indian like in appearance, having high and wide cheekbones, even among the same family. Light skinned parents often have dark skinned children, and vice versa. Oops. No one, and that's end quote, at the end of that quote. No one has really been able to trace the precise origin of the Delaware Moors. Legend and historical hearsay have suggested possibilities. C.S. Westlanger, in his book Delaware's Forgotten Folks, presents in his own words legends of three categories which he collected from Delaware Moors. One category of legend purports that the Moors originated sometime before the Revolutionary War through the founding of a colony along the Atlantic coast of the Delmarva Peninsula by a group of dark skinned Spanish Moors. Through intermarriage with the local Indians came the people called Moors in Delaware and New Jersey. Oops. Okay. The second category of legend Westlager refers to as pirate legends. These legends stated that Spanish or Moorish pirates in the latter 18th century were shipwrecked off the Delaware coast in the Delaware Bay or near the Indian River out inlet. The shipwrecked men were taken by the Nanacote Indians and came to marry Indian women, thus beginning the mixed stock of Delaware Moors. Some versions of this legend considered the shipwrecked men as Spanish, French, or Moorish sailors, not buccaneers. Wesley categorizes the third legend type, which he found most popular among the Moors, as romantic legend. In this legend, or sorry, in this legend type, a beautiful woman and a dark skinned slave or slaves are the central characters. The woman was wealthy, either Spanish or Irish, and lived on the plantation in southern Delaware. She purchased one male slave who turned out to be a Spanish prince. They then fell in love and had children of dusky complexion. Not being accepted by the white community, the family sought associations elsewhere and consequently mixed with the Indians in the vicinity of the plantation. Other modifications of this plot said that a similar woman bought bought 7 couples of Moorish slaves whose children intermarried with Indian descendants living on Indian River. Okay. Yeah, that part. See, my truck had to cool off and now I'm cold. But I don't want to turn the truck on right now. So I just put a cover up. All right, let's read some more. Historically, there is foundation for the legends of the pirate category. Piracy was common in the Delaware Bay from about 1685 to 1750, and references cite occurrences of Spanish and French pirates preying on ships that entered the Delaware Bay. William Kelly, a citizen of Lewes, Lewes, Lewis, Delaware, was captured and taken aboard a French pirate ship in 1747. According to him, the pirate crew of 130 members consisted of some English, some Irish, and some Scotch, but the most part of them were Frenchmen and Spaniards. Well, goddamn. In 1717, Delaware authorities issued a proclamation stating that they were willing to grant pardon to privateers who surrendered to the law and gave up their looting careers. In these ways, pirates could have ventured to settle along the Delaware coast and engendered the Moorish strains in the existing local population. However, this does not account for the fact that most of the surnames of the Delaware Moors suggest English descent. One researcher, Donald Van Leer Downs, has endeavored to trace the origin of the Delaware Moors through an expedition launched in 1680s by Charles II of England to to Tangiers in North Africa. Downs employed as sources extract from the calendar of state papers, domestic, October 1683 to April 1684, filed in the British Museum in London, and an oral account he received from a Tangier historian, Mr. Maxwell Blake. There's that Blake name. Downs asserted that the Moors in Delaware have English surnames because a number of Charles the Second's companies were disbanded in 1684, set sail for America occupied by Moorish women. They support. Mm, I didn't read this part, y'all. Hold on. Okay. Let me finish. Moorish women. They supposedly landed on an island in the Chesapeake Bay and named it Tangier Island. Downs' assertion may explain how Moorish blood reached the region, but they do not offer explanation as to why no Moors presently inhabit Tangier Island, or why the migration occurred from this possible initial settlement to the Indian River, Woodland Beach, or Cheswold areas of Delaware. Although the specific origins of the Delaware Moors is unclear, most scholars and the Moors themselves have tended to come to the consensus that the group can be identified as being racially mixture a racial mixture of the Indians who once occupied the Delmarva region, the Nanacotes and Lenni Lenape, of whites of European descent, and of some unspecified African strain. Yeah, African like the dude that left here and went. Never mind. Okay. Also agreed upon is that the Moors of Delaware have come to be related by blood and marriage ties to the Nanacote Indian descendants of Indian River Hundred, Sussex County, Delaware. Let's continue reading. Let's continue reading. Price generalized. Can y'all see me moving, or is my phone stuck? Testing, testing. I guess I'm still here. Got some volume on this bitch. Phone getting hot. I don't see the screen moving. Hold on a second. Let me stop sharing and come back in because I don't see my screen moving on my phone. Okay, it's good. It's good. Let me go back. Okay, let me go back. I just wanted to make sure that y'all can still see me. Okay, where's the share screen? There it is. Okay, back into the Masawakik. Mitsawakik. Okay, let's get back in there. All right, going back in. DJ leading, folks. Anyway, let's continue. Price generalized that most triracial groups tended to have larger immediate families and lower educational and economic levels than the mainstream population. None of my sources seem to indicate that the Delaware Moors have larger than average numbers of offspring. However, in terms of education, most Moors do not progress beyond the high school level, and a good number of the Moors attended only grammar school. Relatively low educational attainment by the Moors as a group has been due, in part, to racial discrimination. Previously, in the Cheswold area, the Moors were banned from attending local white public schools, and many Moor parents did not wish their children to attend the separate black public schools. It was in 1923 that Pierre Samuel DuPont financed the erection of a three-room schoolhouse to serve as the state-supported Cheswold School for the Moorish children of grammar school ages. There go another Moorish school, you guys. Okay, didn't know we. I didn't read down this far. Okay, let's continue reading. The Cheswold School functioned as a primary educational institution for the Moors of Cheswold until it was closed in 1964, along with the Fork Branch Grammar School, also built by P.S. DuPont in the 20s and intended for blacks, though attended mainly by Cheswold area Moor children. Let me bring this back around. When did the middle school movement start? The middle school movement started in the 1960s. In the 1960s, you know, middle school, junior high, preparatory for high school, preparatory for college. Yeah, that part. Okay, different generations because that middle school movement has to do with my era. Okay, all right. By the 80s, y'all dealing with a whole nother entity as far as education is concerned. But let's continue. The Cheswold School functioned as a primary educational institution for the Moors of Cheswold until it closed in 1964, along with the Fork Branch Grammar School, also built by P.S. DuPont in the 20s and intended for blacks, though attended mainly by Cheswold area Moor children. It was not until the late 1950s, after the let me guess, Brown versus the Board of Education. Anyway, it was not until the late 1950s, after the 1954 Supreme Court ruling, and when school consolidation occurred, that the more children could attend high school in the Dover area, and then more could pursue a college education. Prior to that time, numerous Moors did not attend high school, though some did enroll in correspondence courses and receive high school diplomas by taking an equivalency examination. In terms of occupation, most Moors have been tenant or land owning farmers and have earned moderate and respectable incomes from working the land, thus not needing public higher academic education. Let me turn this heat on. Let me get it warm in here. And let me and I'm just stop right there to again show that middle school movement that happened. What they said was basically they wanted the people who weren't going to college to at least go to the ninth grade. Okay, and that in that era of what they were looking at with the middle school, because you got middle school and then you got junior high schools. I went to various schools. We went to different schools every year, damn near. So sometimes you have a school that's like K through third grade, then it goes 4 to 6, then 6 to 8, or you got some that go from seventh to ninth, and then 10th to 12th, to ninth to 12. All this bullshit. I think I went to every damn school you could find. Okay. Um, but you find that some of the people, they didn't want them to, people were dropping out before the ninth grade, and they wanted people to at least get a ninth grade education. And this kind of had to do with vocation and trade. 'Cause you don't need a book for the most part to learn to work the land. We're talking about farming, land owning, doing your own shit. I can understand that. All right. But what they weren't prepared for in here was the psychological development of 6 to 8 graders, or 6 to 8, 6 to 9, 7 to 9, that area. They were not prepared for the inadequacy and the psychological development that needed to be worked on. So this is where you're getting the middle school and junior high school, where they're trying to work, realizing some of the things that are happening from the elementary into the middle schools with the children, and trying to address those. And again, this middle school movement comes about in the 1960s, and they say 1960s to 1980s. So they're developing this stuff to get better. Some of us went to 6 to 8 grade, seventh and eighth grade middle schools, or junior high schools, or whatever the case, seventh, eighth, and ninth, or whatever, and then to a high school, however that went. But all of this is going on at the time that we are being born, or that we're operating, but we're not looking at the details of some of the stuff that has happened in there. Again, some take the high road, some take the low road. I'll be to Scotland before you. Some are preparing to go to college, and nothing's wrong with that. Some are preparing to get enough of an education to work in their trades. But in the propaganda that we've gotten in our community, they're telling us shit like, because your skin was dark, yeah, they got racial discrimination, but because your skin was dark, you shouldn't go to law school, this, that, and the other. And they push this shit in front of us, not really looking at the reality of the situation. Some people didn't want to go, wasn't trying to go to law school when they was cool with a vocation. Okay. But just accepting a vocation, if you would, doesn't negate the fact that we need to be well rounded in all of it. And we got a obstacle of propaganda. Y'all see the propaganda. What was the dude's name? McGill. He goes from here to Liberia, comes back, goes to school. They treat him a little funky, but he's treated well because they think he's a foreigner. He never reveals that he's from here. Propaganda. Okay. Okay. So I just wanted to pick out that little part, as so far as some of them not getting, that they didn't need a higher academic education. Okay. So let's continue. It says the male Moors who entered the labor pool in non-farming occupations with no higher education found various blue-collar jobs in construction, maintenance, or factory work, for example. The Moor women who have done so in factory work as domestics or as salespersons in retail stores. Some persons who have previously investigated the Delaware Moors have considered them of no outwardly, I'm sorry, I guess I got to turn the heat on to get some heat in here so I can stop coughing, my bad. Okay, let me read that again. Some persons who have previously investigated the Delaware Moors have considered them no different outwardly from other rural or small town Delawareans. Other writers have felt Hold on, you guys. I'm sorry, y'all. It got cold. Fact or why? Shut up, DJ. Okay, I'm back. Um, Other writers have felt Moors maintained their own peculiar traditions. When doing field research among the Delaware Moors in the early 1940s, C.S. Wangler claimed that, quote, beneath the surface lurk shadows that can be traced to Indian life of the past, end quote. He cited the lingering use of herbal cures, weather beliefs related to natural phenomenon, and handmade wooden implements as survivals of the Moors' Indian descent. And you got the references cited here. It says, it seems to this researcher that a good number of the survivors, which Westlinger maintained as being Delaware Moors, such as Sassafras Tea, the belief that molesting a buzzard's nest would bring misfortune, or the use of animal traps made of logs and tree limbs, were also passing traditions of many other rural Delawareans at the time. Daniel or Donald Downs also indicated in 1960 that the Delaware Moors, quote, have many traits and few customs of the Moors of Morocco. That the Delaware Moors have many traits and a few customs of the Moors of Morocco, end quote. Mr. Downs did not elaborate on just what these traits and customs might be, and my research turned up nothing strikingly Moroccan. It does not appear that a particular lifestyle or variant traditions have been the elements marking the Delaware Moors as an identifiable group. Strong family ties and separate social structures do seem to be forces maintaining a groupness among them. Informants indicate that most social affairs for the Moors are and have been family affairs. Both Mrs. Dorothy Carney and Wilson Davis recall, quote, Big Thursdays, end quote, which were held annually at Woodland Beach on the second Thursday in August. This was an all day affair of picnicking and entertainment, such as swimming, dancing, wrestling, and foot races. Wilson Davis says that this was strictly a Moore affair, a time when relatives from Cheswold, Lower Delaware, and from New Jersey came together, and the whole clan had a reunion. The last big crowd was in about 1934, according to Mr. Davis, and Miss Carney says the tradition ended due to family feuding. Mm, mm, mm. Okay. It says, but ties, and we're at the bottom here. But family ties are still strong among the Moors. Miss Carney's family gathers regularly with relatives for Sunday dinners in the winter and has had picnics every summer Sunday with relations for at least the last 10 years. Birthday celebrations are causes for large family gatherings also. Volunteer fire companies, schools, and churches are institutions which often serve as social centers in small towns. In Cheswold, Moors are still barred from serving on the firefighting crew, although they virtually support the weekly bingo games held at the fire hall. Mrs. Carney stated that when the Cheswold School operated dances, raffles, and box socials were events held to support school programs and as get togethers for the Moors. The Reverend John Van Tyne serves as pastor for both the Methodist churches in Cheswold. The Cheswold United Methodist Church functions for a predominantly white congregation, while the Emmanuel Union United Methodist Church serves the Moors of the Cheswold area in religious and social capacities. Sunday services, as well as social events such as suppers, raffles, and occasional talent nights featuring spiritual songs and makeshift bands, brings a sizable group of Cheswold Moors together frequently. Homecoming days held about once a year at the church to honor some of the older Moor families with recognition during the service and the supper draw Moors from Cheswold and further areas, especially those closely related to the honored families. The clandestine nature of the Delaware Moors and the existence of their own network of organizations and institutions have, in good part, been created by the dynamics of prejudice and racial discrimination. These elements, which in some ways set the Moors apart, are not due to the significant cultural differences between the Moors and their mainstream counterparts. As with other minorities, the Moors have often been barred from the cliques, social clubs, and churches of white America. Consequently, they have needed to construct to a certain extent, their own parallel social world. There are now many interests served by the preservation of this separate communal situation. It is doubtless that many of the Moors are psychologically most comfortable in it, even though they desire that discrimination in such areas as employment, education, and housing be eliminated. This is a slow happening as the climate of the nation of the whole end of a particular region inhabited by the Moors become more tolerant toward racial minorities. While Moors have long been behaviorally assimilated into mainstream American life, they are still in the progress of becoming structurally and institutionally assimilated. As long as there are needs to be served by such strong family ties and parallel social structures, the Moors of Delaware and southern New Jersey will remain a viable and identifiable group. Okay, and so um, that takes on that article. Okay, that takes on that article. All right. Shoot. Oh shoot. Covenant Chain Alliance. Okay. So just some information. This is, Navi Study Hall, just dropping a little information for your edification. All right. So we're gonna move over a little bit. Okay. So now we're gonna move over to the Covenant Alliance or the Covenant. What do we call this? Let me get this heat up so that I can turn this truck off because I got too many damn things vibrating. Jesus. Okay, 7 probably under the cover up front and everything. Okay. Get some heat in here real quick. Um, so from here, what I want to do, we've looked at the Moorish Charity School, we've looked at Dartmouth, and now we looked at the Delaware Moors and some things that were said about where they are and their region. Okay. I'm not sure if we really went into the information other than to say that, Eleazar Whelan or Wheelock got with the Indians that were up there, okay, in the northeastern region. So it didn't really go into it, didn't, even though it's called Moore after Joshua Moore, it really didn't talk too much about the Moorish connection over in that area for the most part, okay. But in this area, in connection with these First Nations and people who say that they running shit in the true Sabins or whatever whatever the hell. Um, there's another little thing that happened up here called the covenant chain. Most of us will recognize the covenant chain as the thing dealing with the wampum belts, okay? And I know I've been up here for 3 hours. I said maybe 4 hours. Nazi nugget nuts. Okay. Damn, DJ. Okay. But I found this one to be interesting because in looking at the covenant chain, there's a symbolism here. I think one has to do with a ship hanging on a chain or something like that. Peace and friendship type shit. The Iroquois, Haudenosaunee, and I know I said that wrong, DJ. Um, but then you find out while looking in Canada that there was an island, at least one that stuck out to me, called the Island or the Isle of Magdalene. Okay, and in there, there are some other islands that they say, I guess, aren't as visible. That water must have rose, and you can't see these areas as much how they used to be. Several islands are mentioned, and people inhabiting that particular place at a particular time, but we don't even talk about that. Okay. Some of us, just looking at the Mississippi River, we'll mention the Mississippi, but we won't mention the Mansaipi. Okay. I'll leave that alone. Okay. Um, we just kind of, when they put that dividing line up there between Canada and here, and the only people that's really benefiting off of that is the ones who are in close proximity. The rest of us ignore that shit. But again, during the Civil War area, somewhere around the Know Nothing Party, while we're supposedly fighting the North and Northern aggression and all of this shit, you got motherfuckers, excuse my language, going up to Canada having conventions, and then they come down and end up being the Know Nothing Party. Okay, they're having their conventions in Canada, so it's imperative that we would actually look at Canada. Okay, I don't know about the Mauritanians or the Moros, but yeah, Magdalene, yeah, that part. Okay, so I found that interesting. That it's a whole bunch of islands up there that we've never heard of before. That I would say, according to the language variation, we don't even think about. Okay, we don't even consider. But Magdalene, the Isle of Magdalene, okay, Magellan, as DJ got it down here with the A and the N inverted, and a couple other islands. So we want to look at that as well. But let's take a peek at this Covenant Chain Alliance. What's catching my path, not my path, catching my attention is this little picture right here. If it comes up, okay, this computer tripping again. Look at it, it's doing its shit. All right, let's see if we can increase this. I think I've seen this picture a few times. It looks like a familiar picture. Let's bring y'all over. Okay. So, waiting on my stuff. Let's see. Okay. So, we see the distinctive white folks over here who don't want y'all niggas to be a part of nothing, y'all Indians to be a part of nothing, y'all Moors to be a part of okay, that part. Okay. Oh, see them all over here wearing their little funky little wigs and looking French and Spanish. Never mind. Okay. English and all that shit. Then you got the distinctively Indians over here with the Mohawks and all that stuff. They go to Mohawks again, again. Why are the five civilized tribes and in some circles the seven um, of the Northeast not the same ones as the Southeast? Okay. Either way, okay. But here you got these folks right here, and then right down here you got this little bitty boy right here who looks like he's just raised in the Indian fashion. I'm sorry, that he an Indian that's got on the European stuff that you know is the interpret. I don't know, but that picture caught my attention right there. Okay, as we were looking at these tabs over here. Okay, so couple things that you should recognize. Of course, you should recognize the wampum belt. Okay, and I find that 64 or that symbol that looks like a 64 to be of interest because a lot of things happen in 64, 1964, 1864, 17, never mind. Okay. All right. But you should recognize the wampum belt, okay, that they talk about. which, 1764. Oh, who knew? Hope y'all see that sitting there. 17 over here on the left and 64 over here on the right, and then them holding hands in the middle. Okay, whatever that means, right? Okay. Here's something on the covenant chain, and we getting ready to deal with this. Okay. Let's see what they got for the covenant chain. No, well, shit. Yeah, 1764. Happy while united. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, there's the Indian with the peace pipe and the mace and all that, whatever, peace pipe and yeah, yeah. So that's a little medallion that they have. Mm-hmm. Okay. Keep it a couple more. Because I never understood this wampum belt shit. But I definitely see 1764 running around this piece. Okay. Let's see, what's this covenant chain right here? Oh, they also call this the two-row wampum. Okay. And I'll give you another one here. Okay, you should be able to see that one coming on your screen shortly. Like I said, my computer's kind of slowing down right now. This is the two-row wampum and the covenant chain of treaties. So y'all might want to go look that up. The covenant chain of treaties, because we like talking about treaties, but some folks only talking about the peace and friendship one. Okay, yeah, okay. Um, it says down here at the bottom, listen in on a historic conversation that will keep you on the edge of your seat. I bet it will. Okay, I just say bag up from the picture a little bit. Okay, stop hanging on every word. Okay, what's this right here? The journal entry, the covenant chain alliance. Let's see what they had to say on this one. So we can view this file. McAfee gone somewhere with your ass. Gone, nigga, gone. Is this downloading for me? Yeah, it's downloading. Let me see. Um, it will be this one right here. Oh shit. Let's see what it says. 800% and I can't read it. It's still blurry. All right, so we ain't gonna deal with that. Let's go on and look at this covenant chain. Again, I wasn't raised on the East Coast. Some of you already know this. Some of us do not. But my question again is, why are the northeastern tribes, the five civilized tribes of the northeast, why are they not the same as the southeastern tribes? And I can't help looking at this little part where it says that the Iroquois was attacking other tribes. And we still got this northwest or this north-south fight that's going on. The north versus the south, brother against brother. Thank you, Jesus, because he didn't come to bring peace, but a sword to set us against each other, right? Okay, yeah, that part. Okay, that whole part. So let's find this covenant chain. Um, we're going to go to Canadian Encyclopedia and just bring this in. All right. I'm not taking this challenge. Move, you little shit. Okay, this isn't a long one, but I'll share this with you right in here. Do not like the way y'all got y'all shit set up. Okay. So give me just a minute, folks. I need to readjust. Be right back. All right, y'all, I'm back. Are y'all enjoying this study? Is this study helping y'all? I know we still got some people hanging in here. I still got my little group, so that's cool. Okay. Yeah, that's a different story, so I can't talk about that one. I hate when the truck gets even a little bit warm. My phone acts a fool. It's actually hot right now just from turning that on for a minute. All right. So let's read this. I want to take this quiz. Okay, but let's read this. All right. And it's recent, 2000, published online in 2006, last edited in 2015. Um, Somewhere in this study, we find that the Iroquois nation, if you would, has two start dates. Like, how? The 1100s and the 1400s. Well, what happened? Okay. And again, why are the northeastern civilized nations not, or civilized tribes, why are they not the southeastern ones? Okay, the five down south, you know. Anyway, it's obvious why, but anyway, let's read. The covenant chain is a name given to the complex system of alliances between the Haudenosaunee, also known as the Six Nations and Iroquois League, and the Anglo-American colonies originating in the early 17th century. The first alliances were most likely between New York and the Kenyakahaka, or the Mohawk. Okay, these early agreements were referred to figuratively as chains because they bound multiple parties together in alliance. Today, the covenant chain represents the long tradition of diplomatic relations in North America and is often invoked when discussing contemporary affairs between the state and indigenous peoples. It says, see treaties with indigenous peoples in Canada, which we don't do. But what I find here about the what is it? Canyon Kahaka, if that's how you say that. And I don't know how you pronounce the semicolon in there, okay? But the thing that I find interesting when looking at this is that when you start looking for the great law of peace and the Iroquois, Confederacy, and the fact that the United States government that, moved from Philadelphia to Washington, D.C., adopted the Constitution off the great law of peace. I just find it really interesting that the only way you can find out what was in that is to go look at the Mohawks, who are the only one of those five tribes, six tribes if you count the Tuscarora, that actually interpreted uh, and made available the Great Law of Peace. I haven't found it anywhere else. Okay, I found it coming out of the Mohawks, and I was able to read that information and see the similarities and make note of some of the distinct differences between the way the government that we have today is set up and the way that the it was set up as far as with the people of the Longhouse, if you would. Okay. Would you say it means dead? Damn, that ain't it. Oops. Kenyaka Nairobi. Nah. DJ, you just know too much, okay? You way out of our league sometimes. Let's read a little bit more. It says the covenant chain, which borrowed heavily from the political ideology of the Haudenosaunee, was a complex system of alliances between the Haudenosaunee and the Anglo-American colonies originating in the early 17th century. The first alliances were most likely between the New York colony and Mohawk. hmm Okay. I'd be looking at Egypt going, the Falcon, the Mohawk, same thing. Okay, Morehawk. I'm just saying, never mind. My bad. Let's continue. These alliances were often fragile and therefore required many formal covenants. That's why they're having meetings up there. But anyway, in my opinion, following the chain metaphor, these more formal agreements required a change from an iron chain, which tended to rust, to a silver one. These agreements or treaties required periodic renewals accompanied by gifts and aid to the Haudenosaunee. This is known as polishing the silver chain. Colonies. So y'all can understand why I'm reading this. It comes right here. Colonies such as Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Maryland joined the chain, as did the Tuscarora on the Haudenosaunee side. New York and the Mohawks, I'm not going to say that word right there, remained the anchors of the system. Let me see. Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Maryland, New York, hmm, and the Mohawk. That's like 8 or 9. Okay. Anyway, let's read. So the Kenya Kahaka announced formally in June 1753. Wasn't the Moorish school going on at the same time? Never mind. That because colonial authorities had unjustly taken lands of the Haudenosaunee, the covenant chain was broken, and the other 5 nations would be so informed. The following year, Anglo-American colonial leaders met in Albany, New York, with Haudenosaunee delegates to restore the chain at the time when the French were establishing their hold on the Ohio Valley. Okay, yeah. The Haudenosaunee condolence ceremony, with appropriate gifts for requests presented and promises made, long adhered to in New France, was adopted as part of negotiation process, and the chain was restored. At the outbreak of the 7 Years' War the following year, the Haudenosaunee allied with Britain. Okay, and I thought this was interesting. This next paragraph right here. In August 1760, the 7 Nations, communities located in, I hope I get all these words right, Lorette, Wallink, Wallanock, Adanok, Kanawak, uh, Kanesataki, Aswasasni or whatever, and La Presentation or presentation abandoned their French alliance and entered into the covenant chain as neutrals. This happened at Oswegatchie following a meeting with General Jeffrey Amherst and Indian Superintendent William Johnson. It says to see the Treaty of Oswegatchie, and I want to say that's the wampum belt. Okay. Haudenosaunee, Builders of the Stone. Thank you, Haudenosaunee. Okay. In 1764, there go the wampum belt, told you. Indigenous people met with the British to negotiate an alliance presented by the covenant chain. This included the Treaty of Niagara in that year. Anagara Falls. Never mind. And then here's some familiar stuff we should know a little bit of Fort Stanwix. But it says the British and what did you call it? Haudenosaunee. Okay. Also signed the Treaty of Fort Stanwix in October through November 1768 to fix the boundaries of the reserved hunting grounds provided for by in the Royal Proclamation of 1763. A Haudenosaunee, I got to say it the way I got to say it, okay? Delegate thanked the British officers for having polished the chain when it grew dull, and he had affirmed, "We do now, on our parts, renew and strengthen the covenant chain by which we will abide so long as you shall preserve it and bright on your part." The covenant chain, as historian J.R. Miller has described, was a testament to the diplomatic skills of the Nawana. I was going to try to say it real fast. Haudenosaunee. Okay. However, the principle at the basis of the covenant chain, the New York, that New York was at the head of the other Anglo-American colonies and that the Haudenosaunee League was at head of the wider indigenous association was sometimes tenuous. The test came during the American Revolution, which saw four of the six Haudenosaunee or Haudenosaunee nations fight on the British side. Okay. Contemporary meaning. Today, the covenant chain has been used to refer to the alliance between the crown and the Haudenosaunee and the seven nations of Canada. Where we fit in this? My bad. While not a formal treaty document, the idea of the covenant chain remains a strong presence in affairs between the state and indigenous peoples in Canada, especially the Haudenosaunee and the Seven Nations community. Thought there was only five. Just saying. Tuscarora being the sixth. Okay. All right. So that's from Canadian. That really didn't have a lot. Okay. Let's see. That really didn't have a lot. It was more to me when I read it before. Let's back up. And let's go look at Wikipedia because, yeah, maybe Wiki will tell us something. Okay. What you say, pre-Paleo Irish being a corruption of the Chaldees, being a corruption of the Arcadian, being a perversion of the Arcadian. These Ladino Nascars, Al-Ascars, the enemy vis-a-vis Alaska, no longer any American. Okay. You said not wampum, it's quipple. Yeah, I think that was one of the language, Quiparu, Quiparu, was one of the languages of one of these people. I can't remember who it was. Mm. Yeah, I think they done stole some beads off the bitch. But anyway, let's read. Let's see if we can get a little bit more information on this covenant chain. Okay. Yeah, I think I stopped reading some of this because it started to go in familiar history. Okay. Um, what we find interesting is Connecticut shows up again. Okay. Um, looking at Dartmouth, Massachusetts legislature. Okay. Looking at Dartmouth also, Maryland comes into play. It's the same damn narrative, and I'm really same in the same area. Okay, I'm in the same time frame, and I'm in the same region. And again, why are the northeastern tribes not the same as the southeastern tribes or nations? Okay, let's read. The covenant chain was a series of alliances and treaties developed during the 17th century, primarily between the Iroquois Confederacy or the Haudenosaunee and the British colonies of North America, with other native tribes added. First met in the New York area at a time of violence and social instability for the colonies and Native Americans. The English and Iroquois councils, I think it's 3 5 years council possibly, and the subsequent treaties were based on supporting peace and stability to preserve trade. They addressed issues of colonial settlement and tried to suppress the violence between the colonists and Indian tribes, as well as among the tribes from New England to the colony of Virginia. Okay, now we're touching on the South. You said they owe us Europe. What'd you say, DJ? They owe us Europe on tobacco, coffee, chocolate debts. They'd be slave all over again if they was honest. Ain't it a bitch? Annexed our ancestors out of Eurasia only to be in our debt in the Americas. Some folks born loser MFers. Ironically, they're the ones telling us our value. Truly, okay, truly. They don't want us to think for ourselves. But again, the colony of Virginia, which they say colony of Virginia, we already know that. But I find it interesting that while people are talking about, ooh, Georgia and how big Georgia is and all the shit about Georgia, Georgia started out as a colony. When they talk about taking lands from the people, the indigenous people down there on the eastern seaboard, southeastern seaboard, mm, them territories came out of the Carolinas, okay? And, you know, Alabama wasn't always there. Neither was Georgia. And I find that real interesting. Okay. Let's read. Okay. History. The covenant chain is embodied with the two-row wampum of the Iroquois known as the people of the Longhouse, a Haudenosaunee. It was based on in agreements negotiated between who? Dutch settlers in New Netherlands. How come when y'all start talking this Moorish stuff and who we were and constitutional stuff, y'all always tend to leave off the Dutch? Why y'all do that? Okay, folks then jumped on uh, Supreme Chief's Holiday's head about the damn Constitution being written in German or translated for German-speaking people for them to understand it. Um, but y'all didn't mention the Dutch at all, huh? Y'all mention Washington and skirt around Philadelphia and don't even mention Netherlands and this shit right here, Great Law of Peace. I'm just saying. That part, DJ. Okay, let's read. Negotiated between Dutch settlers in New Netherlands, present day New York, and the five nations of the Iroquois or Haudenosaunee early in the 17th century. Their emphasis was on trade with the Native Americans. hmm Yeah, you got school over here, you got trade over there, you got religion over there, you got trade. Never mind. As historian Bernard Bailyn has noted, all the colonies, Dutch and English, were first established to create profits. I guess profits are good and man is evil. I create good and make evil. Let us make man in our image. Would that be for profit? Shut up, Navi. Okay. Sorry, I said it. Let's read. Through the Beaver Wars in the 17th century, the Iroquois conquered other tribes and territories for new hunting grounds and to take captives to add to their populations depleted from warfare and new European infectious diseases. Now, this is the part that I was looking at. The Iroquois were attacking other tribes. Which tribes did they attack? How far down did they come? They already mentioned the Virginia colony. How far were they going? I'm just curious. You need some smoking. I need some honey. Okay. Need something down my throat to stop irritating it. Shut up, y'all. I know some of y'all got y'all mind in the gutter on that one. Shut the hell up. I hear you. Okay. You'll get to the read in a minute. Y'all can look all this up. Y'all know how I like to do. I like to find resources that anybody can look up. Okay. Because folks stand too close to the damn mirror. Like a moth to a flame burned by the fire and shit. But anyway, let's go. Through the Beaver Wars in the 17th century, the Iroquois conquered other tribes and territories for new hunting grounds and to take captives to add to their population depleted from warfare and new European infectious diseases. The tribes in New England suffered even more depletion. The Iroquois expanded their influence, conquering and displacing other tribes from maritime Canada west to the Mississippi Valley and from the Canadian Shield south to the Ohio Valley. Okay, y'all see that? Okay. Thank you, Focus Mind. I appreciate that. Calm down, DJ. When the English took over New Netherland in 1664 and established the province of New York, they renewed their agreements. Conflicts erupted in New England in King Philip's War in 1675, the most destructive war in 17th century North America, in which more than 600 colonists and 3,000 Indians died. Nearly at the same time was Bacon's Rebellion in Virginia. Both resulted in widespread suffering and loss among Native Americans and colonists. Right here at Bacon's Rebellion, two things come to mind, and I don't know if these are relatable, but we listened to the 26-minute quote with Truth and Super and Nadi and Chief I Am and all of that, right? And At and Ya. And Truth says something about, we followed laws. People will say, we're people of law. But when I was looking down there in Louisiana and at the 1811 German Coast Uprising, the dude's name, John Law, comes up in there. And I think we have to go and tap dance on that just a little bit. Because I think it might be some jewels in that narrative that we would need to see. But also, talking about Bacon's Rebellion, now my timeline is off as far as this is concerned because half the shit I really didn't care about. But when we're looking at the 1811 German Coast Uprising in Louisiana, this is the uprising where some folks came in and said, kind of like the Bible, is it true God said? They didn't say that, but it was just, a happy little fucking suggestion. And a rebellion breaks out with these German folks. Never mind. Okay. But we get added to that because, it's mixed and mingled down. Never mind. Um, but in looking at that German Coast uprising, we ran into Jean Saint Milo or Malo, Malo, and him being a martyr, which was another rebellion that happened further east in the South region of the Southeastern tribes. Okay. And I'm wondering if that earlier rebellion is this Bacon's rebellion, or if it's because one of them, I think the massacre with John St. Milo, the martyr, I think they referenced that happened before Nat Turner. So I got to look at those four things right there: Bacon's rebellion, Harper's Ferry, John Brown and all of that, Milo, and the 1811 German Coast Uprising. I think that would be a good collective to look at the same time for these rebellions because some folks was making some happy little suggestions down there. And when you look at the Milo, when you look at that area, you're going to run into the Maroons. I didn't want to put these together in this stream, but you're going to look at the Maroons. And when we're looking at the Maroons, what we have to realize is that when we talk about the Maroons, we're only talking really about one group of Maroons. Okay. Most predominantly, we're talking about the Jamaican Maroons, which made me get a little butt hurt about some folks coming in there going, yeah, y'all ain't slaves. Y'all don't need to be slaves or whatever the fuck it is that they said that started this shit because it just seems like some people were starting some shit where some shit didn't need to start to disrupt and disenfranchise my AC fixed. I ain't trying to hear them tonight. Okay. So that's another little piece. I'm wondering if that has to do with the area dealing with Bacon's rebellion in the South. Again, as I said before, why are the northeastern tribes not the southeastern tribes. Okay, let's continue. Can't forget the Jadagua. Okay, but anyway, let's go. Bacon's Rebellion in Virginia. Both resulted in widespread suffering and loss among Native Americans and colonists. Okay, it didn't say Moors. Anyway, never mind. My bad. Because of the standing relationship with the Iroquois and the extensive influence of the Haudenosaunee, in August 1675, New York's governor, Sir Edmund Andros, asked them for help in ending regional conflicts of the time in New England and the Chesapeake. He worked with the Onondaga leader, Daniel Garacotti, Garaconti. Hmm. Garatanti was a tribal chief of the Onondaga Nation, and if I remember from the Great Law of Peace, the Onondaga was the neutral one between those five civilized tribes. Okay, and then kind of deciding disputes, right? But check out this little thing that's sitting up here, and I'm gonna read it so because I know y'all probably can't see it. Is my phone cracked? I think my phone is cracked. Um, it says of Daniel Garakanti, which we find of a lot of Indians. If religion comes up in your shit, you suspect. Um, and unfortunately, I was raised Christian, but anyway, it says he was converted to Catholicism by Jesuit priests and was considered by the French to be a diplomat and peacekeeper for the Iroquois. He was credited with obtaining the release of a number of French prisoners from various, goddamn, from various, are y'all over here with me? Yeah. From various Iroquois nations. But y'all want me to jump on this Iroquois shit. My grandmother and them spoke a dialect of French, okay? Whether it was actual French or not French, but you want me to jump on the Iroquois shit when it just looks like y'all displaced French speaking people, but y'all just wanted to say that we did it to the black folks and the niggers and the slaves. And no, nigga, no, okay? Y'all, we locked our ass, okay? That's what you did. Anyway, let me stop. Let me stop. After a flight from the after a flight, after the flight of the French missionaries, looks like we got to look at that at some point, from Onondaga in 1658, Garakanti, who, although not yet a Christian, had examined with care the customs of the French colonists and the doctrines of the missionaries, became openly the protector of the Christians and an earnest advocate for peace. In 1661, he persuaded the Onondagas to send an embassy to Quebec and to restore some of their captives as a preliminary to peace. Father Lemon, oh, really? Not the same Lemon that was down there in Louisiana. Never mind. Accompanied the embassy on its return and was received with great honor by Garakanti, who converted his cabin into a chapel for the missionary. The chief then set up an embassy to Montreal with 9 of the French prisoners and was well received, restored his captives, and obtained the liberation of several of his countrymen. Well, shit. Hold on. It says St. Lawrence. I'm pretty sure that ain't down there. I'm pretty sure that's up there by them islands. No, okay, I got you. It says on his return, he baffled the efforts of the chiefs who wished to make war on the French, frustrated a plot against Lemoyne's life, traitor's ass motherfucker, and prepared to conduct the missionary and the remaining captives to the St. Lawrence in 1662. During the war that followed the departure of Lemon, Garakanti endeavored to procure the release of French captives and protected the little body of Christians at Onondaga as far as his authority extended. In the spring of 1664, he succeeded in obtaining a decree of the council for another embassy, the object of which was to restore the French prisoners and solicit peace. But the French, while expressing their gratitude for the efforts of Garakanti, avoided making terms. In August, however, an agreement was made for an exchange of prisoners, and he set out with the French captives, but his party was attacked by the Algonquins and after severe loss compelled to return. Mm. Let's read a little bit more. Although always friendly to the French and feeling the truth of Christianity, he did not show any desire to become a Christian until 1669. Then, at the conference with the French governor in Quebec, he declared his love for Christianity and that he renounced polygamy and vanity of dreams and every kind of sin. I'm sorry, I just thought about that one guy that they had that clip up. I loves women's. I'm sorry, that just yeah, for some reason it reminded me of that shit. It says he was baptized with great pomp in the Cathedral of Quebec by Bishop Lavelle, the governor being his godfather, and Mile Boutureau, the daughter of the intendant, his godmother. He received the name of Daniel at the font and was then entertained with honor in the castle. His conversion produced a great effect not only at Onondaga, but at Onondaga. So we got another place name, kind of like how Oklahoma is a place, but it was also a project, kind of like Egypt is a place, but it's also a mental state of I don't think the devil got no new tricks. Anyway, um, not only at Onondaga, but in the other settlements, some of the sachems endeavored to diminish his influence, declaring that he was no longer a man and that the black robes had disordered his intellect. But when an embassy was to be sent or an eloquent speaker was desired for an occasion, Garakanti quickly recovered all his power. His influence was recognized even by the English governors of New York, who asked his meditation to effect a peace between the Mohawks and the Mohegans. He was frequently engaged on embassies to New York and Albany, as well as to Quebec and Montreal. He opposed the superstitions and dances of the tribe and did much to check them. I thought he was an Indian. Garakanti died at Onondaga in 1676. When he found his end approaching, he gave his last counsels to his family, and ordering the funeral banquet to be prepared, he invited to it the chiefs of Onondaga and sang his death song. Then he exhorted the sachems to become Christian and to banish liquor from the cantons. In order to induce his countrymen to follow his precepts, Garakanti had adopted many European customs and had learned to read and write, although advanced in years. Ooh, let's back on up. Okay. Y'all know how I do on these study halls. Okay. Let's continue to read. Sir Edmund Andros. Hmm. He was an English colonial administrator in British America. He was the governor of the Dominican of New England during most of its 3-year existence. At other times, Andros served as governor of the province of New York, East and West Jersey, Virginia. Hold on. He done some shit. And Maryland. So Edmund Andros, Sir Governor Sir Andrew or Edmund Andros. But before serving in North America, he served as bailiff of Guernsey. Oh, I'm sorry. He served as the Moor because the Moor. Oh, never mind. My bad. Okay. His tenure in New England was authoritarian and turbulent, and his views were decidedly pro-Anglican, a negative quality in the region home to many Puritans. His actions in New England resulted in his overthrow during the or 1689 Boston Revolt. He became governor of Virginia 3 years later. Andros was considered a more effective governor in New York and Virginia. However, he became the enemy of prominent figures in both colonies, many of whom worked to remove him from office. Despite these enmities, he managed to negotiate several treaties of the covenant chain with the Iroquois, establishing a long-lived peace involving the colonies and other tribes that interacted with that confederacy. His actions and governance generally followed his instructions upon appointment to office, and he received approbation from the monarchs and governments that appointed him. Andros was recalled to England from Virginia in 1698 and resumed the title of Bailiff of Guernsey. Although he no longer resided entirely on Guernsey, he was appointed lieutenant governor of the island and served in this position for 4 years. He died in 1714. Let's see. He was born in London. His mother was Elizabeth Stone, whose sister was the courtier to the king's sister, Queen Elizabeth of Bohemia. Mm, I'm not reading the rest of that. That one's too long. I don't give a shit. Okay. I should, but I don't. I'm not going into that. All right. What y'all at? Where y'all at? Warden, bailiff, jailer. Same thing. Nigga, Indian, same thing. I'm sorry. All right. So we got those two people out the way, Governor Sir Edmund Andros and Daniel Garakanti. Okay. Let's continue to read about the covenant chain. I think we're almost at the bottom or something. Mm. There's a call out box down here just caught my attention. It says the section is missing information about William Penn's treaties from 1682 to 1701 with the Delaware, including the legendary Treaty of Shakamakson. Hmm. Please expand this section to include the information. Okay, those of you who can change Wikipedia, y'all got some work to do. Okay, yeah, let's continue to read. You said shout out to Baltimore, shout out to Maryland, shout out to Washington, shout out to Carolina, shout out to Virginia, the original bloodlines. Okay, I got you. Let's read. Let me get back into this where I'm at. Okay. Um, the term covenant chain was derived from the metaphor of a silver chain holding the English sailing ship to the Haudenosaunee Tree of Peace in the Onondaga Nation. The three-link silver chain was made to symbolize their first agreement. The links represent peace, friendship, and respect between the Haudenosaunee or Haudenosaunee and the crown. It was also the first written treaty to use such phrases as long as the sun shines upon the earth, as long as the waters flow, as long as the grass goes green, peace will last. Okay. Thank you, darling. I haven't ran across that part about how far it's going back. And oh, okay, you're talking to brother in the chat. Okay, let's look at the treaties. Treaties. They negotiated the signing of several treaties that expanded the number of tribes and colonies involved. A 1676 treaty between the Mohawk nations and the colony of Massachusetts Bay and Connecticut, which ended King Philip's War in New England as the Mohawks denied Metacom gunpowder and attacked his winter camp. It also addressed relations between the Iroquois and a number of other tribes, including the Mohican, not the Mohican, but the Mohican, okay, of the Hudson River, and the Nipmuc, Mohegan, and Massachusetts of New England. The 1677 treaty between the five nations of the Iroquois and the Delaware, or the Lenape, on one side, and the colonies of Virginia and Maryland allied with the Susquehannock on the other to obtain peace. Many of the Susquehannock migrated north into western New York, resettling with the Seneca and Onondaga of the Iroquois. The treaties marked a new era in colonial history in which the Chesapeake had nearly 80 years of peace. New York and the Haudenosaunee, I kept trying to say it, became the focus of English Indian policy. In the mid 18th century, Sir William Johnson, Superintendent of Indian Affairs for the Northern Department and based in central New York, had great influence and was knighted for his service. Johnson, huh? Almost looked like the same artist that did the other one from Ireland. Okay. All right. For his service. Through the early decades of the 18th century, New England continued to have conflicts with New France and its Abenaki allies, leading to years of raiding by both sides and ransoming of captives. In these agreements, the colonies agreed to hold negotiations generally at Albany, New York, under the auspices of the New York governor, as the covenant had first been established there. As a result, according to the historian Daniel Richter, Iroquois and New Yorkers played dominant but seldom dictatorial roles in the maintenance of these treaties. At a council meeting in 1684, Virginia Governor Lord Effingham used the phrase covenant chain to describe these agreements. The metaphor was continued by a Seneca speaker who said, "Let the chain be kept clean and bright as silver, that the great tree that is cannot break it a pieces if it should fall upon it." Now, I just want y'all to look at the writing that they said from this Seneca speaker. They added an E to the word chain, they added an E to the word clean, um, and then pieces is Peeces, and it has two T's. Just pay attention to that. Yeah. All right. Later colonial administrators assumed that these treaties granted the later colonial administrators assumed that these treaties granted the English sovereign control over the Iroquois and other tribes involved in the chain. The Iroquois did not agree with this and believed themselves at least to be equals. In the covenant chain council that took place in 1694, the Iroquois leader asserted, quote, "You say," I'm sorry, "you say that you are our father and I am your son. We will not be like father and son, but like brothers." And I wonder, does this have anything to do with Brothertown and the praying Indians running up in this bitch right now? Okay, but notice here that when they go into this one with the Iroquois speaker, or is that Iroquois or Seneca? Okay, notice that all their words are spelt like their words are supposed to be. They didn't add an extra E to brothers. Okay, you know, no misspellings on that one. Okay, let's continue. I guess they were trained well, I guess. I don't know. Seneca, the imaginary Roman philosopher that knew of America. Okay. Yeah, well, okay. Let's read some more. Dissolution. Dissolution. Right in the 1700s, huh? Let's see what they say. The covenant chain continued until 1753 when the Mohawk, claiming to have been cheated out of the lands rightfully theirs in New York, declared that the chain was broken. Howard Zinn, in his A People's History of the United States, discusses the taking of Mohawk land. I'm probably going to have to read that People's History of the United States, because when I read the People's History of Canada, there's some interesting shit that was said. Okay. other than the official stories that we hear. Okay. It says, before the revolution, quote, before the revolution, the Indians had been subdued by force in Virginia and in New England. Elsewhere, they had worked out modes of coexistence with the colonies. I'm sorry, the thing that's coming to mind right here is that Virginia is not just that piece of land that we look at down there as in the colony, but it has a lot of territory coming in. I assume the Ohio Valley and all that shit. Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking. Who invented Salic law, aka Roman law? Okay, we ain't over there yet. We ain't over there with the Salish people. Okay, but I got you, bro. Okay, because them Scots came on down from Canada too to help them folks out. Um, over by that big lake over there. But anyway, before the revolution, the Indians had been subdued by force in Virginia and in New England. Elsewhere, they had worked out modes of coexistence with the colonies. But around 1750, with the colonial population growing fast, the pressure to move westward onto new land set the stage for conflict with the Indians. Land agents from the east began appearing in the Ohio River Valley on the territory of a confederation of tribes called the Covenant Chain, for which the Iroquois were spokespeople. In New York, through intricate swindling, 800,000 acres of Mohawk land was taken, ending the period of Mohawk New York friendship. Chief Henrik of the Mohawks is recorded speaking his bitterness to Governor George Clinton and the Provincial Council of New York in 1753. Brother, when we came here, you related to relate our grievances about our lands. We expected to have something done for us, and we have told you that the covenant chain of our forefathers was like to be broken. And brother, you tell us that we shall be redressed at Albany, but we know them so well. We will not trust to them, for they, the Albany merchants, are no people, but devils. So as soon as we come home, we will send up a belt of wampum to our brothers, the other 5 nations, to acquaint them with the covenant chain is broken between you and us. So, brother, you are not to expect to hear of me anymore. And, brother, we desire to hear no more of you. Mm. Y'all say Revolutionary War at this point. Okay. Let's see, Chief Henrik. Well, damn. Let's roll up into this bitch. Hendrik the Anaquin. Okay. Whose name has several spelling variations, was a Mohawk leader and member of the Bear Clan. He resided in Kanajahori, or the Upper Mohawk Castle, in colonial New York. The Upper Mohawk Castle? Really? Okay. He was a speaker for the Mohawk Council. Hendrick formed a close alliance with Sir William Johnson, the superintendent of Indian Affairs in North America. Until the 20th century's Henry biography was conflated with an older Mohawk leader given the same name in baptism, Henrik Tehana Hokarara, also known as Hendrik Peters. Mm. The latter was a member of the Wolf Clan, an important difference as shown by the historian Barbara Severtston, son, and based in Tianaderogi, the Lower Castle. The Lower Castle, closer to the English base in Albany. The English built Fort Hunter in Tionadaga in 1711 with an Anglican mission. The Mohawk village became mostly Christianized early in the 18th century. That's interesting. I'm gonna have to look into that. The Yanaquin or Theanaquin born in 1691 to the Mohawk noblewoman and a Mohican chief in Westville, Massachusetts. By the Mohawk millennial kinship system, he was considered born into his mother's Bear Clan. Let me skip that shit. Um, Thahinaquin was baptized as Henrik by Godfriedus Dillis of the Dutch Reformed Church in 1692. The English referred to him as Hendrik Peters or King Henrik. Hmm, okay, okay. Let's back on out of that. I had to look at that a little bit later. Okay. Y'all good? Y'all still good? I still got a few of y'all hanging in there. We won't be long. I know we're at 4 hours right now. But I think we gonna call it a day shortly after this. Okay. And again, this is just a little study hall, sharing a little information. Okay. All right. Hear no more of you. Okay, right there. Um, the Albany Congress was called to help repair the chain. The Albany Congress. Connecticut, Maryland, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, New York, Pennsylvania, probably Maryland. Oh shit. Pennsylvania and Rhode Island. Those not included. Newfoundland, Nova Scotia, New Jersey, Virginia, Georgia, North Carolina, and South Carolina. They met in City Hall. Okay, French and Indian War. Okay, we'll leave that alone. Stamp Act comes into play. Okay, got you. All right, let's go in here. The Albany Congress was called to help repair the chain. Colonial delegates failed to work together to improve the diplomatic relationship with the Iroquois, a serious shortcoming on the eve of the French and Indian War. As a result, hmm, as a result, the British government took the responsibility of Native American diplomacy out of the hands of the colonies and established the British Indian Department in 1755. Oh yeah, we got to go there. The Indian Department was established in 1755 to oversee relations between the British Empire and the First Nations of North America. The imperial government ceded control of the Indian Department to the province of Canada in 1860, thus setting the stage for the development of the present day Department of Crown slash Indigenous Relationships and Northern Affairs Canada. During its existence, the Indian Department served both the diplomatic and a military role. Its daily responsibilities were largely civil in nature, such as the administration of justice, the management of the fur trade, and the employment of blacksmiths, teachers, and missionaries. At the same time, the department was expected to mobilize and lead indigenous warriors in times of crisis and conflict. Theoretically, control over the Indian Department rested with the senior most administrator in British America, initially the commander in chief of the British forces in North America, and later the governor general of the Canadas. It's more than one Canada. Never mind. In practice, Indian affairs was managed by the senior officer of the Indian Department themselves, upon whose advice the governor general depended. What's here? During the period of 1755 to 1830, the mission for the Indian Department can be summarized as protecting the indigenous peoples from exploitation by traders and land speculators. One of the goals of the Royal Proclamation of 1763, negotiations with the First Nations about boundaries between their land and that of the agricultural colonists, such as the Treaty of Fort Stenwick, 1760. 8. Distributed the gifts that the government gave to the indigenous people in order to create goodwill. First Nations who lived on the American territory in the Midwest received gifts until 1830. In war, induced First Nations to support Britain with auxiliary troops during the War of 1812, the department acting in close cooperation with Chief Tecumseh. During the period of 1830 to 1860, the department's major mission was to administer or administrate the Indian reserves. Okay, just trying to see. Okay. All right. Let's read this right here real quick. Organization subordination. During the period of 1755 to 1796, the Commander-in-Chief North America issued instruction for the Indian Department and maintained close connections with it. Yet the department was not directly subordinated to him, but to the Home Office in London. In 1796, the Indian Department of Upper Canada became subordinated to the Lieutenant Governor of that province, while in 1800 the Governor General became responsible for the department in Lower Canada. In 1816, the Indian Department in both Canadas was subordinated to the British Commander-in-Chief. The department was again in 1830 divided into two departments, one in Upper Canada under the Lieutenant Governor and one in Lower Canada under the Military Secretary to the Governor General. The two departments were again merged and under the Governor General in 1840. Internal organization. In 1755, there were two departments, the Northern Department and the Southern Department, each having its own superintendent. The boundary between them ran along the Ohio River and the Potomac. During the American Revolutionary War, the Southern Department was divided into two, one in the west and one in the east. In 1782, the departments received a common superintendent. After the Treaty of Paris of 1783, the area of responsibility became limited to Canada, and the departments were formally merged into one organization. The Office of Superintendent was abolished in 1844, and the direct leadership was taken over ex officio by the civil secretary of the to the Governor General. Hmm. Okay. All right. Don't want to go into that, but I see some stuff down there. Let's back on up out of that. Okay. Um, let's finish this. I got one more thing for y'all to look at, and then we're gonna get the hell out of here. Okay, because I'm at 4 hours and 12 minutes. That shit. Okay. So the Albany Colony, the British Indian Department. Okay. In a 1755 council with the Iroquois, William Johnson, superintendent of the Northern Department based in central New York, renewed and restated the chain. He called their agreement the covenant chain of love and friendship, saying that the chain has been attached to the immovable mountains and that every year they be making up shit. Um, and that every year the British would meet with the Iroquois to strengthen and brighten the chain. He developed great influence among the Iroquois and was later knighted for his contributions to the development in the Northeast. Commemoration, June 2010, Queen Elizabeth II renewed the covenant chain treaties by presenting 8 silver hand bells, each to band chiefs from Tanin, uh, Tayindenaga, Mohawk territory, and Six Nations of the Great River. In commemoration of 300 years of the covenant chain, the bells were inscribed the Silver Chain of Friendship, 1710 to 2010. Which was a common term often used throughout history when the chain was renewed. Did y'all get invited to that chain polishing ceremony? Okay, that part. All right, I got one last thing to look at because I mentioned this, and I know we didn't go into too much detail with this, but I also want y'all to see this a little bit about the island, and I'm gonna try to get this real quick. Magdalene, and then we're gonna get off of here. Magdalene, I didn't ask you for Ireland. Okay. Yeah, right here. Okay, this is the last part we're going to do. Okay, just like I said, this is just Navi study hall, putting some stuff in your head to look at. Because, these same old talking points that people are doing, it's getting old and stale. Okay, but let's bring y'all into here. Okay, let's bring y'all into here. I thought this was interesting as we looked at this. Okay, several islands are mentioned, or should I say, excuse me. Speaking of chains, here's a chain of islands. Okay, all right. The Gulf of St. Lawrence, Quebec, Providence, Canada, yada yada. Okay, let's see what we see here. Okay, so here's some of the islands that they were talking about, and of course we wouldn't pay any attention to this because we're speaking English and not French. Okay, but you know, there's a little chain of islands right there. Okay, Mission, Mulets, Albert, Gros, Le Brion, Loops, you know, chain of little islands. Okay, let's see what else they got. 21 pictures. Okay, beautiful beaches. Is this where the Moors were? Okay, is this where y'all were traveling from? Okay, y'all was mooring y'all ships around here. Never mind. Okay, those were cranberries. That last picture, those were cranberries on the island. Okay. Ooh, purple people ears. No, the purple pitcher plant. Okay. All right. And I think one more picture on there. You said one's part of something, the other part of nothing. Okay. So that's some of the pictures that show up on there. All right. But I thought this was interesting because looking at the covenant chain, I ran into this as well. Okay. Ran into this name right here, and I was like, Magdalene. Wait a minute. What's going Houston? We have a problem. What is this? Okay. But if you notice in here, starting at Wikipedia, it says the Isle of Magdalene redirects here. Okay. There's Magdalene. Okay. And then they also have the African, they call it the African Isles, and they also say, see the Isle of Magdalene in Senegal as well. This had me thinking about the Iroquois going from over here to northern Africa, that kind of stuff, transversing the upper part of North America. That's what it had me thinking about. Okay. Um, like I said, I have that book in my files about the Iroquois Confederacy or the Iroquois conquest of the Mediterranean. All right. I just haven't gotten all the way into it because I think it's more speculation than anything else at this point. Okay. Um, let's see if all these names show up. Okay, check this out. Um, I don't know if this has anything to do with it. Okay. I don't know if this has anything to do with like when the Moors they were talking to us at one point, and I don't know if it's in the 101s or what writing it's in of Noble Drew Ali or C. Mosley Bay or whatever. But it talked about these 7 bridges connecting. Okay, and something about when you see these seven bridges connecting. I'm like, where's these seven bridges at? I thought I was close one day when I was in Pittsburgh. Like, wait a minute, something going on in this area. But they mentioned about, you know, these seven bridges. And then as we were looking at the covenant chain and Iroquois, we find out there were seven nations, but they'll tell us, oh, the five civilized tribes and the Tuscarora makes the six. But reading this, we find out there's seven, and then we all up in Canada. Okay, and the Cree ain't even mentioned, but the Creek is mentioned. Never mind. Okay, but they mention this thing of seven, and then you have the whole idea of, as the Moors would say on one tip that we can attest to, how many days are in the week, and we would say seven. How many days are in a month, and then we'd go crazy because we're like, oh, 30, 31, and then all that shit. But the answer would be seven. And they say, how many days in a year? Seven, because it's just a repeating cycle of seven. And there has been times when, it's come to the foreground about who created this concept of seven. Seven spirits of God, seven eyes of God, seven holes in your face, whatever it is, 7 days of the week. Who created this concept of seven? Okay. That's a research study right there as well. Okay. But here you're looking at a group of seven islands as well. Okay. And I said all of that to bring that into play. The seven bridges that the Moors talked about, these seven islands, this concept of seven, whether religious or otherwise, um, just got my curiosity spiking a little bit on that. Okay. But here's seven islands, and this section says a group of seven islands from the central core of the archipelago. Havar, Isle du Havar, Albert, known as Amherst Island. Isle de Cap Uxmules, or however you say that, locally known as Grindstone. Isle de Havar Oxmission, also known as House Harbor. Isle aux Loups, also known as Seal Island. Grosse Isle, home of most of the island's English-speaking communities. Isle d'Entrée, um, known locally as Entry Island, home to a small English-speaking community, and Isle de la Grande Entrée, okay, which would be more than likely a bigger entry or island. These islands are connected together by sand spits and tombolas or tombolas. Okay, I don't know what a tombola is. A shingle isthmus, a pillow, a cushion, sometimes translated incorrectly as an ari, a dispositive landform by which the island becomes attached to the mainland by a narrow piece of land, such as a spit or bar. Mm, really? No way. No fucking way. Okay, I don't know if you guys remember this story, and I think it has to do the island of Tyree or something about Tyree, where these people were in a castle and the guy wanted to take over their shit. So he spent so much time building like a sand, what they call right here, this little cushion pillow land bridge to get out there to the island. But by the time he got out there to the island, all the inhabitants of the castle were gone. Yeah. Okay. Shit. But that ain't supposed to be over here. Okay. Anyway, I just thought it was interesting with this island because let's see if I can find the part where it says that some of the islands had disappeared. Okay, those are about the birds and hold on, I think it's right in here. Okay, this may not be it, but there was something about it. They talked about some of the islands had become submerged. Okay. Hearst Castle. Okay. Tyree, aka Hearst Castle. Not Amherst, but Hearst Castle, huh? Okay, okay. So check this out right here. And like I said, I'm trying to end this, to go on and get done with this. But it says in geography of it, um, it says while the island of Magdalene are a land area of 205.53 square kilometers or 73 square miles, a little over 73 square miles, in the province of Quebec or province of Quebec, they are in fact closer to the maritime provinces and Newfoundland than the Gaspé Peninsula. And I saw that, I was like, what, the Great Gatsby? The nigga, what? Okay. Gasp, Gaspasia, if you would, along the St. Lawrence River, extended to the Metapedia Valley of Quebec, Canada, the Gulf of St. Lawrence, blah, 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 blah. We don't study this stuff. Okay, we don't travel enough. They won't let my ass in Canada. Okay, apparently we got a problem with a super soaker. But anyway, um, Gaspé Peninsula on the Quebec mainland. The Micmac, and this is where I bring in the Micmac part of it. It says the Micmac considered the island as part of the Epawidget Pictuck district of the Mic, Micomkey. I guess that's the way you say it. But in this word for Micmac, if you would, the KMA also ends up, if they write it a different way, and I'm not sure who's doing this, the KMA ends up being GMA. Okay, so that's something on that language part that we were looking at one point. But here the Micmac is mentioned. Okay, and it says a traditional territory of the Micmac Nation. All right, what we got for pictures? And them people. Okay, northeastern woodlands, native to the areas of Canada Atlantic Province, primarily Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Prince Edward's Island, Newfoundland, the Gaspé Peninsula of Quebec, as well as Native Americans, Y'all see the symbolism, okay? Native Americans in the northeastern region of Maine. The traditional national territory of the Micmac is known as the Mi'kmaq, or there it is right there, the Mi'kmaq or Mi'kmaq. Okay, I just say I'm fucking up the words, but see that variation? M-I apostrophe G-M-A apostrophe G-I versus this M-I apostrophe K-M-A apostrophe K-I. Okay, so we see another play with language, if you would. You know how you get Jesus, Aisha, and Isis and Yahweh, and they all come off the mace. But anyway, just saying. Here's another little language variant here. Okay, and you see the little red cross, and you see the you see the moon and the star. Okay, you notice the color. Let's see what it says here. There are so many Micmac people in the region as of 2023. Um, Members in a more recently formed the Qualipu First Nation. Okay, whole different people. All right. According to the Canadian census, these many people speak that language, Eastern Algonquin language, once written in Mi'kmaq hieroglyphic writing. It is now written mostly in the letters of the Latin alphabet. I'm sorry. Did we speak Latin or did we speak that? Or did they speak that? Okay. Let's peek at that. Look at another script. Yeah, Sons of the Magi. Yeah, that part. All right, let's bring this up in here. Okay, there you go. So They have an interesting little creative script, don't they? But we go all the way to fucking Egypt. Yeah, that part. Okay. Yeah, who's reading this shit? Okay. Let's close. Oh, wait. They got 5 pictures they're going to show us. Uh, oh, Nashinin Wajak, meaning our Father in heaven. In Shinan Wajak. That's interesting. Okay. Oh, suki now. What we got up in here? I can't even say. Wajak. Wayak is in Himmel. Okay. If y'all want to look at that, I guess you can. Trying to see if I can recognize any words in here. I see a couple, but not a lot. Erden, I see Erden in here. Himmel, I see in here. Um, what's this other one? Gib uns Delamuktis Ubel in deletes, if that's how you say it, meaning amen. Leiden, which I've seen that place somewhere before, but it ends up being Winsigwil or something like that. Bederhan, Winsudil, Winsudil, who? Huh. I don't know. That sounded a little. It might have sounded a little Arabic. I'm not sure. It's more okay, that's interesting. Let's keep moving. The Arcadians. Okay. Amharic. Okay. Arabic. Okay, I got you. All right. And then here's the last one. Now that looks a little German up there at the top. Von dem Zurich des Heiligen Kreuz or something like that. They got some A's up in here, DJ. They got a little Gimel up in here, that F. Okay. Almost a pi symbol in there. Uh-huh. Anyway, let's come off of that. Those pictures are done. Um, but these are their hieroglyphs. I'm sorry, Hebrews, is this what y'all this the length? Okay, never mind. Come when you come on. Victoria Petrograph traditions, the logogram and the elements alongside, including the logic graph, approximation. Uh, shit, see, we don't speak this. I know some of these Indian languages, if you would, are basically, from what I can gather, on some of them, as one of them had depicted, it is actually the phonetic sounds spelled out. You know, if you say Bataran, let's just use that Bataran. You know, they just would extend all the sounds and make the words longer. But I don't think that's what this is right here. Um, yeah, that's interesting. We might have to look at the Mi'kmaq language at some point. Um, they got several spelling systems. Of course, they couldn't pronounce some of this shit. All right, what else we got in here? And these are people who signed the covenant chain. The Mi'kmaq, the Malasite, and the Passamaquoddy Quetta nation signed a series of treaties known as the Covenant Chain Peace of Freedom Treaties with the British Crown throughout the 18th century. The first was signed in 1725, the last in 1779. The Micmac maintained that they did not cede or give up their land, title, or other rights through these peace and friendship treaties. Um, okay, so the Micmac is the Mohawk. That's what it's looking like. The Micmac Grand Council is the official authority that engages in consultation with the Canadian federal government and the provincial government of Nova Scotia as established by the historic August 30th, 2020 agreement with the Micmac Nation resulting from the Micmac Nova Scotia Canada tripartite forum. This collaboration agreement, which includes the First Nations with the province of Nova Scotia, was the first in Canadian history. Y'all ain't talking about that. All right, let's back up, try to get back to these islands. Okay. To go back into this, back where we were, and we'll be ending shortly, okay, hopefully before the 5-hour mark. But it says administratively, oh, I missed this part. The traditional territory of the Micmac Nation, call the islands Manago, Managos Sanag, Managos Sanag. Okay. Um, Gones Ganum. Okay. Anyway, administratively, the islands are a part of the Gaspésie Isle de la Magdeleine region of the Canadian province of Quebec. The islands form the territory equivalent to the regional county municipality and the census division of Les or the Isles of Magdalene. Their geographic code is 01. Probably should be looking at that, okay, since this is the first in that series. It says the islands are also coexistive with the urban agglomeration of the Isle of Magdalene, which is divided into two municipalities, the Isle of Magdalene, the central municipality, and Grosse Isle. Their mayors are Greeton Richard and Rose Elmond Clark, respectively. Within the area known as Donlin, these islands were once called Menquit by the Mi'kmaq Nation, meaning island or islands battered by waves. Around the mid-19th century, as the Mi'kmaq Simp, Muskogee language, Mi'kmaq language, shifted, the name changed to become Minagosagik Senog, reflecting islands battered by the surf. Wait a minute. Battled by the waves is Menquit. Battered by the surf in the language shift is Managosanog. Minagosinog. Okay. Although not a distinct district within Mi'kmaq, I can't even say this word. Mi'kmaq. The Apalago falls within the territory bounds of the Mi'kmaq homeland. I just thought this was interesting because we stay in a certain geographical region in our understanding, but we're surrounded by a lot of different things that we don't look into, similar to the way that we talk about the Jamaican Maroons, but we won't look at the other Maroon groups. Okay. And if you want to know about that, look up maroon. You can look at Wikipedia and go to the geographic distribution part, and you should see the other maroon groups. One of those maroon groups, it says basically they went up to Canada, and then it makes mention that the indigenous people from down here in the lower 48 ended up going up there too, which means you're looking at two different distinct groups of people who have blended. Okay. So, I just wanted to show this because, and we didn't see the part where it talked about, we see it was battered by surfs and waves and all of this, but um, they were saying that some of these islands, basically because of the water in that area, you're not looking at the same topography that you would have seen earlier in history. Okay. Um, and again, we're not looking at that area, but I thought it was interesting that it's called the Island of Magellan or Magdalene, making some of the religious references, if you would, especially talking when you're talking to, um, we're talking the Calvinists, we're talking Protestant, we're talking Catholicism, we're talking converted Christians, Baptists, Puritans, all these religious narratives from that area. And again, for me, if you got religion attached to your shit, you might want to question that, okay? Because that storytelling, myth making, and making up shit is one of the reasons why we can't think. One of the reasons why we hang too close to the picture and damn near fall into the story when we should be looking at it objectively, um, and even to many extents, not making it personal or being so willing to tie ourselves to any and every little freaking narrative that people throw out here. As someone was saying earlier, you know, this part that brings out our genealogy really helps us because what it does, it stopped to a certain extent some of the Moorish information that was going on, and it forced us in many aspects, looking at the American Indian, being Indian, being Negro, whatever you call yourself, to look at your own family line rather than just, putting Joseph coat of many colors and going into slavery, um, on our asses based on a religious narrative. The genealogy really helps us to distinguish ourselves and set ourselves aside from everybody else's story. And when we're talking about these universities and Dartmouth, we didn't really run into that with Dartmouth or the Indian charity schools, but you will find it in other areas where you find people um, doing literature and making up certain stories. And as one brother was saying, like Hollywood, here's a story. I'll start singing the song. But here's a story where they got two characters who are 600 and 2,000 or however many years apart that they act like are in the same time frame. And this is what's happening by us not taking the discipline and the systematic and methodical look at our history. We're willing to stick anything into that void of our understanding. And what we're finding in many aspects in the troll community, um, is that people will throw anything out there, and regurgitate things that have been said before without the critical analysis that it takes to look at our history. We are a highly intelligent people. Doesn't matter the skin color, and some of us can have that skin color and be stupid as fuck. Okay, excuse my language. Some of us can have ADHD. I'm just saying, okay? Undiagnosed problems. Um, and we're ready to eat every camel, we're ready to eat this big ass elephant, and we're really ready to take on someone else's responsibility rather than taking on our own. Like I was talking about the truck in my earlier post. Let's just say it's four things wrong with this piece of equipment that we're working with, and everybody has a skill set to utilize whatever it is to fix whatever is broken. But rather than staying on our side of the temple, the truck, the whatever, information, whatever, we'll run around to who's most popular and start helping them, and we'll leave our own shit bare, uncovered, and unprotected. Okay. And so it's imperative for us to take whatever skills that we have, whatever understanding that we have, whatever logic and common sense that we have, and critically analyze all of the history, regardless of the fact that people have been doing this for 10 years, 20 years, and 30 years. What they eat don't make you shit. It just gonna make you say, oh shit. Okay. I could have had a V8. I'm just saying, do your due diligence when it comes to a lot of the stuff. Okay. Do your due diligence when it comes to a lot of the stuff that's going on, and be willing at this moment and in this year to look at things that you're not as familiar with, because a lot of times we get comfortable. Okay, we don't have to work hard to keep regurgitating the same old shit. Let me just put it this way, brothers, don't get mad at me. You ain't got to work hard to talk about you dropping a seed in a woman and it's similar to agriculture. That's lowbrow ass shit. Think of it on a higher level. Study something else, okay? Rather than regurgitating the same old stuff that we've been regurgitating, because we are definitely in a loop, okay? And we just keep doing the same shit, expecting a different result, okay? But at some point, like I was telling someone earlier, like the letter Q and the symbolism of the letter Q, okay? I think it was in my other stream, the one this morning, the preview, pre-show, or whatever. It's like that letter Q. The only way you're gonna move about this lotus flower of consciousness is that you got to come out of the circle that you're in, and you're gonna have to do that straight line, like the letter Q. You're gonna have to do that straight line to get to another area of understanding. It's all for us to do, and we should be challenging ourselves in every aspect. And when it comes to the whole troll community, I can't do shit about it. I'm not even gonna try. I try to keep my sanity in the in the chat by putting things in and helping other people maybe read through some stuff while the entertainment is going on and the bullshit is going on. Um, um, but I would say that the troll community has its job to do, and those of us who really value our mental capacities and our own personal scholarship and really want to figure out what the hell this is and how many tentacles it has, and you know we're gonna look at other shit, okay? Because this community needs an infusion, if you would, of other information, and it may be language, it may be geography, okay? I mean, for a moment, I know some of you may not even like this shit, but for a moment, put yourself in the other person's shoes and look at the world from another person's vantage point, because you done wore a groove in the one that you're wearing, okay? Like I said, it's real easy to talk about planting a seed, gentlemen, okay? But the real work is that information that you plant within yourself that grows. Y'all growing old fruit, okay? Grow some new shit, okay? Your mind is the ground, okay? And that's what you need to be tilling, and that's what needs to be pliable. It's like this truck when we doing a pre-trip. You got to look at that rubber where the rubber beats the road and everywhere else where it seals up, and make sure that that rubber's not brittle, Okay, that is not frayed or damaged. And that's the same thing that we need to do when it comes to us. We might get tired of it. Our eyes might glaze over. It may get boring. Take a minute to do the hard work so that you can enjoy the bullshit and the laughter and the games of the troll community. Okay? Because some of these folks wearing on our damn nerves thinking that shit is it. The real shit is really getting down to this information. Okay? um, as far as who we are, where we came from, who our family is, and how all this stuff relates to us or doesn't relate to us. Okay, so you say you ignore sociopaths, that's their only weakness. They attention hoes. Okay, I hear you. Okay, so but, that's it for me. I only want to keep y'all at like 4 hours, 3 to 4 hours, but we're at 5 hours. I'm pretty sure that smoke signals up and everything. I hope y'all, in whatever y'all listening to, y'all find a few little jewels that y'all can use, because it's not that if you take 30 minutes to talk, to really listen to what's being said at this particular point, you're probably getting 3 to 6 minutes of good information, and it shouldn't be that way. We should be dropping real good information for the people who are listening, not for the lazy ones who just want to regurgitate or argue or debate, because everything ain't a damn debate. Okay, so family, those of you who stayed in here for these whole 5 hours, I do appreciate you guys. I'm glad y'all found something that you could listen to, that might spark you to look at other things in your history, in the history. Okay, you know, Canada's one of those things. I think I'm gonna go see if I can find these castles that they were talking about. Okay, and see what they were talking about when they were talking about what they was talking about. Okay, um, yeah, and let's travel a little bit. Okay, let's travel a little bit. Okay, thank you. Um, if you can travel, okay. If you can't, find a place within your limitation where you can also expose yourself to other things. Okay, don't just accept the ghetto narrative of everybody has to be a criminal and everybody should be living free and getting over on somebody. Do the hard work that's necessary, because at the end of the day, when we looking at these other folks who did shit in history, some of them did the hard work that now we're now idolizing to say this was my leader that I have to look at then. Be your own leader. Okay, look at your own stuff if you would. um, Again, challenge yourself. All right. So, peace, family. I'm going to go on and get out of here. Thank you guys for staying. I recognize everyone that was in the chat, and I do appreciate your attendance and your attentiveness in here. And if smoke signals up, I'm going to go over there and fuck with them. Okay. So, anyway, we'll talk to you guys later. See y'all around these YouTube streets. Let's find an outro. And y'all know what I say. Let me get out your way. Okay. And as soon as I can find that shit. Okay. So we gonna stop sharing. That part. And then we just gonna give y'all an outro and get on out of here. As soon as I can find that fucker. I can I need to go on and put this into the intro and the outro. Because I can put it right there and just yeah. I don't know why I didn't do that. But we'll get it. All right. So peace, family. We out of here.